sections of the line were being opened in stages, and Gooch began building the new Firefly class of locomotives, which could run at 50 miles. Since the locomotive fleet was outgrowing the temporary facilities of Paddington, he proposed building a maintenance facility near Swindon, then a small hilltop market town in North Wiltshire, which would open in 1843. Brunel not only designed the train sheds, but also accommodation and public buildings for the workers. A hotel was built inside the station to offer refreshments to passengers in what was one of the first major instances of travel hospitality. Although Brunel had missed several deadlines for the completion of the line, on the 3rd of June 1841, a Great Western Railway train ran a direct public service for the first time between London and Bristol, making the by hiding a coin in his mouth and accidentally it. Although he was still able to breathe, the coin his efforts designing a device which turned him upside down and enabled the coin to slowly descend out of his windpipe. By 8:43, Brunel was preparing to launch dispatching weighing almost 3,500, 7 times that of the largest iron-hulled ships of the day. Work began in July 1839. The design would evolve over time, particularly so after Brunel saw the SS Archimedes enter the Bristol docks powered by a screw propeller in the early summer of 1840. After sending Guppy on board the vessel on its journey to Liverpool, Brunel persuaded his directors that he had to redesign the SS Great Britain to incorporate elements of the screw propeller. This work eventually caught the attention of the Admiralty in London, which invited him to oversee trials for its use in the Royal Navy. Brunel accepted the assignment as a means of obtaining useful data for the SS Great Britain, and the trials were successful. In July 1840, into the Float Harbour, where it would be fitted with its engines and boilers. By March 1844, the ship was ready, but she could not yet leave the harbour, as the Bristol Docks Company had not widened the entrance to the harbour sufficiently to allow it by was appointed engineer of the Waterford, Wicklow and Dublin Railway. The about to descend into famine and social importation of life from the Americas on the steamships that Brunel had desired. Yet he had few opportunities elsewhere, being hired by the government of the Kingdom of Piedmont, northwestern Italy, to link its capital port, Genoa, via rail, as well from Genoa toward Milan. While Brunel made 3 visits to Italy to survey the route he involved, caused him to withdraw the project. Instead, from 1845 to 1848, he was involved in the construction of a short rail line in Tuscany. In the 1850s, he would serve as a consultant in the East Bengal Line in India and various railway projects, a global reputation for his engineering abilities. Costly fame grew up by the exalted managed to cross age permanent Western Railway to switch to narrow gauge. The company honored Brunel by waiting until his death before the process of replacing the track in the 1860s. For more than a decade, Brunel had primarily worked as a railway engineer, but in 1847, the railway bubble in England popped after a decade of overinvestment known as the Railway Main. soon. Railways, town of Bath. Here, he intended to build a grand country house for his retirement in the style of a French chateau. Nevertheless, this would be a partial retirement. He was still a relatively young man, and he continued to design impressive structures such as the Royal Albert Bridge over the River Tamar between Plymouth and Saltash as an addition to the Great Western Railway. Financial difficulties meant them in until 1854, and the structure was only completed in 1858, shortly before Brunel's death. In 1851, Brunel was also heavily involved in the Great Exhibition in London's Hyde Park and served as a judge for the civil engineering contest. He took inspiration from Joseph Paxton's Crystal Palace to design a new permanent station at Paddington, a magnificent iron and glass used to this day one of London's foremost train stations. At the Great Exhibition, Brunel was reacquainted with the Scottish shipbuilder John Scott Russell, to whom he presented his plans for his most ambitious ship. A mammoth vessel almost 200 meters in length, designed to carry enough coal to make the journey to Australia without stopping to resupply. Brunel approached and secured the backing of the Eastern Steam Navigation Company to build the ship. While the SS Great Eastern would be built at Scott Russell's shipyard in Millwall in London, the project would place great strains on Brunel and Scott Russell's working relationship. Brunel had been used to having ships built according to his precise specifications, but the experienced Scott Russell was flexible in his interpretation of Brunel's instructions. A year later, in February 1855, Brunel was government to design a new Ottoman Empire's territorial integrity against Russian expansion in the Black Sea region by invading the Crimean Peninsula. The government official in question was none other than Brunel's brother-in-law, Ben
Why would you say that?
Dog. They're not going to want you to come within 10 feet of them, my man. Are you calling Riser?
Yeah.
The crowd goes wild. You.
It could be on the
Who the fuck is he calling it 9 o'clock at night? Why don't you think it was his birthday? Yo, dog. Hey, you know when my
November.
it's January 20, January 25th,
No,
January 29th,
it's not on the 20th.
January 30th.
No, it's the same day as Martin Luther King's birthday.
No one knows when that is. January.
Yeah.
Okay. Now here's my question for you,
So
Sue.
my birthday often falls on Martin Luther King. Okay, but you guys.
Okay, are you ready to lose?
Public holiday one day.
Uh, future. Okay, you're already in this game as well. Available to him. And then 5 goals, 2 players. Zoo. It's a Mickey Mouse hole. Dude, mouse hole.
And I think in the future you'll be able to.
Good job. Do you think I had the best shot in the history of the game? I can tell how bad do. To have a 6 wrist for your entire life.
Not bad. I think we have the same shot, to be honest.
Oh, you really do?
Are really annoying.
Yeah, but sometimes. Okay, so here's my question for you, Zoo.
Yeah.
What would you rate the movie that girl sent you? 0 to 10.
8.5.
Oh, Zoo, I just game.
I can see how someone would really like that movie. It's just there was. Just the basic.
What did you just say, Big Dog?
There was issues with hard to keep up with what's going on in real time because of that.
Okay.
Like it's hard to know what's real and what was fake.
Did you see that shot, Zoo? I've never seen that. Did you see your shot?
We both get a bit.
You hit my. Thousands of times. I've never seen that. Are you proud of that shot?
And we're playing an even game.
short. Zoot takes the lead.
This is the one you want to go first.
Way too hard.
No, you don't want to go first. You're going to get my fucking... Rabbi, I might win.
I think you are going to win. I need the greatest game. I need the greatest shot in the history of the game.
You can get it eventually.
It's over. Zoot, you won. You
Do you know what I hate this all?
because you're terrible at it. Zoot, that was amazing.
I just got a message. Verizon says Discord. That wasn't bad.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Dude, you got a perfect game.
I won.
Zoot, you played. And you know what you get? A game of Dice Party.
Oh.
And then I'm going to bed.
Then I'm going to go get my beer checked.
I mean, you're just telling amazing stories, Zoot. Zoot, what did you think of this?
I'll give it.
Zoot, you're up, and everybody. Right.
How'd your roll was?
That's
playing competitively. I want to be. You have to do big things, do bad. Have we taught them? Have we taught them? I don't know. Oh, that. Am I winning? By 6 points. Oh, you got locked. You got lucky there. I got a small strike. You got a small strike. How about that? Let's just. I don't know what you were doing there.
Taking a big risk. Big dog.
I need to.
That's
I'll take the 5.
over. You got 5s?
Yeah.
Oh, it's super over. Son?
Knock a fuck. Not great.
Give me a 3. No, it's not. Charles. All right.
I like
I need 2 4s.
Does anyone about? Does anyone?
Not. Unless it's Paul Hogan. Like, Australia was really cool and like It's because of that movie. Aside from that, me too. No way, no force. No force for Zoo.
Yeah, say that. No, you got left.
It's over, baby.
What? Uh, 2 rolls ago. Already won.
It's over, baby. Really has a fever. I hope she likes your. I hope that chick likes your movie. I'm gonna watch your movie one of these days. Is it a religious movie?
No, it's a Brazilian movie.
I know, but like, what's it about?
This teenager who's a photographer trade, like Brazil, is taking what's going on in the slums of Brazil and like what happens in the slums.
Why did you have to watch it in school or something?
No, so I'm young, but, 21 or 22.
Okay.
I was like, this is the best movie ever. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. We can talk about it on the podcast.
Well, then I have to watch it.
Thank you. Joe Rogan was, have you ever seen, like, he's talking about Brazil and he's like, I which isn't bad maybe, but I wouldn't put Django in the action in the top 100. I would be a top one.
I have to check it out. That's pretty high.
Right.
Scott Russell
Look at this smoke.
into financial difficulty. Denounced control of the
Nothing
facility.
else. Nothing
While
else.
Brunel attempted to take control of the whole project, Scott Russell was keen on Brunel reluctantly allowed him to finish the work on the hull and the panel box. Scott Russell's creditors allowed the East Shipyard that the construction was effectively the of launching the ship, but despite all their plans, the ship's erstwhile rival Robert Stephenson, who suggested adding more power in the shape of hydraulic rams. Brunel agreed, and by the end of January 18 was finally afloat with the aid of 80. The ship had cost the Eastern Steam Company so much money that several directors wanted to have nothing more to do with it, and a new corporate entity, the Great Ship Company, was formed by the remaining directors to acquire. To the south of France between Denver and the Scarborough had still not been fitted out. By the end of the year, he had been diagnosed with nephritis, an inflammation out. A couple of later, the ship set out on its maiden voyage without him on board. In Brunel's absence, nobody had been given overall responsibility for the vessel, and on the 9th of September, days later, he died on the evening of the 15th of September 1859, 53 years of age. 5 days later, he was buried in Kensal Green Cemetery in London. SS across the Atlantic. Following Brunel, Institute of Civil Engineers decided to offer completing work on the Clifton Suspension, which had been stalled since 1843. The structure was finally completed in 1864 with some modifications to Brunel's design. Upon Although he was so great things are done by those who sit and act can still be seen over. Many of his projects remain in use, including Thames Tunnel, the Suspension Bridge, Great Western Railway. But when life after Brunel's time as a passenger and quarantine ship on the Falkland Islands in the late 19th century, and a coal hulk before eventually in 1937. It was renovated rail. He connected Britain and the United States were paving the way for the mass migration of the 1920 noise in Jordan, demonstrate icon. The 100 greatest Britons is a God kingdom Brunel. Was he achieved quest for perfection, ultimately undermine his professional interests? Please let us know in the comments section. And in the meantime, summer of 213 BC, Roman ships approached the Greek city-state of Syracuse that has allied itself with Rome's great enemy, Carthage. Suddenly, one of the Roman ships catches fire. Bursting into flames, throwing the invaders' settlements to be was born in the city of Cyrene in the 3rd century BC, probably around 287 BC. Thus, although born in inventors in history, very little is known definitively about his life and the writings of Greek and Roman authors from centuries after his lifetime, and these have been embellished over the centuries. For instance, we know that in the 3rd details of the scientist's life. Furthermore, to the Greek mathematician Eutocius of us, who lived at the turn by Archimedes, was written by perhaps most importantly of all, there are six written mathematicians, which included and recognize. Archimedes states that his father was an astronomer named Phidias, who calculated the difference in size and that stood inside the temple. Archimedes' modern-day Reviel Netz, a specialist in ancient mathematics, suggests that the scientist's paternal grandfather was an artist who named his son in honor of the great sculptor. Netz goes further by saying it may be interpreted as the mind of the principle is a reference to the principle or order of the universe. The Greek philosopher Plato, who lived in the 4th century BC, believed that the governed by Archimedes' family and early life. His mother's name is unknown. Ancient works which men Archimedes pick up his story much later in his life. During the second Punic War. This century and the 2nd century BC Greek historian Polybius, whose history to this. Much of Archimedes' story relates to the history of his hometown, Syracuse, in the 3rd century BC. Founded in the 730s by Greek colonists from the city of Corinth, one of the greatest cities of mainland Greece, which was strategically located within both the Gulf of Corinth and the isthmus of the latter connect mainland Greece. Syracuse, on the southeastern tip of Sicily, settlement had the advantage of fertile land and deep harbors to accommodate ships trading in the Mediterranean. While it increased colonies by the century BC, city and its hinterland had a population of around 2 Athenians invaded. As the rich city on the island, Syracuse was the main target. Reinforcements from Sparta and Corinth, with the assistance of a Spartan 13 BC, the Athenian expedition force was destroyed. A pivotal episode in the Peloponnesian. Syracuse was located considerably to the west of Greece. It was a key player in the wider politics of the Greek. He travelled here for his middle years, while the mathematician and philosopher Pythagoras that Croton and Calabria are a vibrant one from an intellectual scientific point of view. Within Syracuse itself, the city had of a time from being a diction ruled by military strongmen and periods of democracy. so essential to Archimedes' life story. By the time of his birth, subsequently the great trading and naval Mediterranean to control over large parts of North Africa, southern history. It had also set its sights wealthy Sicily. The Carthaginians succeeded in doing so to some extent, claiming the western half of the island in the 4th century. Syracuse, particularly during the long reign of Agath, offered strong resistance to the Carthaginians and remained the preeminent power in the west. Meanwhile, further north, a newer power was emerging. The Roman Republic backward to bringing states southwards. Syracuse's story in the 3rd century BC would be one of being caught between Rome and Carthage. Powers fought and in the North African states later entirety of Sicily. The sovereignty is required. He was the ruler of a Greek kingdom in what is not an it after the Greek hymn to aim against the increasingly Romans. Now, years after they sent to Pyrrhus, requesting him well as against the Carthaginians. On the western tip of Sicily, off from Carthage by sea, the Sicilians found these demands too onerous. Pyrrhus are behaving in a heavy-handed manner. The Syracusans and the Carthaginians eventually made common calls to expel Pyrrhus, fearing he intended to try and secure control of all Sicily for himself, following which a young Syracusan commander named Hiero took control of Syracuse. According to Polybius, Hiero noticed mutinous elements among mercenaries served in the Syracusan army and addressed the Mamertines, a people from southern Italy who settled in Messina in the northeastern corner of Sicily. Hiero deployed the mercenaries at the front of the army and allowed them to be killed by the enemy before withdrawing. Roy secured Hiero's position in Syracuse, leading Venus to take the offensive against Syracuse. Mobilized military campaign to the island, and this war unit being a Roman term of the Carthaginians, but Sicily would be central to the First Punic War, which lasted down to 241 BC. Hiero remained topside of Syracuse until his death in 2 BC. His writing and influence medieval relations of Archimedes' childhood, a pageant, then ruled the Greek Ptolemaic dynasty, founded by Alexander the Great. By the time of the king would have been Ptolemy II, who succeeded his father around 283 and reigned until 246 BC. The Ptolemies governed the kingdom from their capital of Alexandria under Archimedes is likely to have Archimedes. Archimedes corresponded with several Greek mathematicians based in Alexandria, including Coulon of remarkably accurate estimate of 252 kilometers is within a margin of error of less than 2.5%. Diodorus claims that while Egypt is for drawing waters and other bodies of water, now commonly known as the Archimedes screw, the device consists of a spiral thread wrapped around a pole. According to Diodorus, the Archimedes in Hispania, the ancient name to remove water from underground streams to the surface to create a dry environment and facilitate mining. Before his time, Greek geographer Strabo, writing in the late screw being used to draw water from the gardens of Babylon many centuries before Archimedes' time. Although Archimedes was known in the ancient world, never Archimedes considered engineering and other practical sciences as pure concerned with Archimedes were too. Even in King Hiero and his son Gelon involved in or affected by political and military events in Syracuse. Until near the end of his life, a drop in the Western Mediterranean, the first down to 241 BC, and much of the fighting centered. Hiero chose to make peace with the Romans and agreed to provide military support, a decision which made kind of sense given that Syracuse's main action is. Main Carthaginian island was at Acragas, now the impressive archaeological site of northern Sicily. The Romans began 6 BC. Despite heavy losses, they eventually defeated the Carthaginians and occupied most of the island. However, the Romans struggled to expel the Carthaginians entirely from their remaining outposts on the island amidst staunch Carthaginians and the destruction of the war. They were victorious when they did. Sicily, first Roman province outside Italy, though Syracuse remained an independent city-state. For the remainder of his reign, control over Western Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica to Rome. Under these obligations, Syracuse. Given the lack of reliable historical evidence for Archimedes' life, his surviving science provide independence of how some detail, with the exception of his possible stint at Alexandria in Egypt during his younger years, he appears to a age where he would have worked on his proofs and theorems before, say, mathematicians in Alexandria, Athens, and the East Mediterranean. Many scholars of ancient science have noted that Archimedes' work was so sophisticated for the time that only a few dozen people would have been able to understand it. While around 10 different treatises can be definitely first collected in late antiquity, around the 6th century AD, when text from fragile papyrus scrolls to more durable parchment. It appears in the copy of Archimedes' work by his friend Isidore of Miletus, best known as the architect of the Hagia Sophia in Constantinople. Although Isidore's addition is lost, it seems at least 3 codices containing Constantinople 10th centuries. The most comprehensive of these was made in the 9th century and includes a dedication to Leo the Geometer, an influential mathematician and cousin. John the Grammarian served as Patriarch of Constantinople. The 19th century historian and philologist Jan Ludwig Heiberg Codex A. Heiberg theorized that another codex, Codex B, contained several of Archimedes' treatises, including the 2 parts of a text entitled On Floating Bodies, which were in two by 9 codices were removed from Constantinople in 1204, when the city was sacked by Latin crusaders during the Fourth Crusade. By 1269, of Archimedes been lost in the early 14th century as subsection until it was lost in the middle of the 16th century. A third was taken to the Crusader states in the Levant, library of the monastery of St. Sabas near Bethlehem. For its acquisition by to write a new text, making a palimpsest. This was the fate of the Archimedes Codex, whose diagrams and theorems were meaningless to the orthodox Christian community in the Holy Land. The codex survives in the palimpsest, written by a priest named John Myronus, and was completed on the 14th of April. In Jerusalem. After the Greek scholar recognized it was a text that had been written by Archimedes and examined the book in the summer of 1900. With only his eye and a magnifying glass, Heiberg made out a remarkable amount of the original text and discovered a previously lost treatise. As well as parts of On Floating Codex also included a puzzle called the Stomachion to Archimedes from sources, but not considered authentic. Although he was unable to read all of the text, was able to incorporate the method into Archimedes. The Cambridge scholar, who had translated all of Archimedes' method in text, the Ottoman collapsed and hostilities broke out between Turkey and Greece. The palimpsest was from the Metochian and spent much of the 20th century languishing in a Parisian basement until 1998, when it was sold buyer who deposited it, and Heiberg saw it work and the application of new technology has allowed modern scholars to read parts of the text but not decipher a century earlier. Thus, the copies of Archimedes' treatises have had a very colourful history in order to survive down to the present day. And yet, despite all of this work retrieving his texts, it is not possible from the available evidence to develop a clear chronology of when Archimedes wrote each of these texts. Treat on his work and life in many different ways. The most famous anecdote about Archimedes involves him jumping out of a bath and running Vitruvius's account, King Hiero, the king, measured a quantity of gold and gave it to the craftsman, who duly presented an rumors that the gold for an equal amount of silver, Hiero had asked Archimedes authority without breaking it. Archimedes struggled to find until he made what may have been a rare trip to the bathhouse. As he lowered himself east, the further he sank into it, the water spilled out of the tub. Realizing he had a solution to the king's problem, Archimedes forgot to put his back on and ran home naked. Evrika agrees made 2 lumps of gold and silver of identical mass to the king's wreath, submerged them into water, the amount of water displaced and from the lump of mixed water within was dense, proving that the wreath was indeed made from a mixture of gold and silver. Pure gold. Vitruvius does not offer any information on the fruits of the fraudulent craftsman who sought to deceive both the king and the gods, but it is to have been a pleasant one. While setting the scene of his tale, Vitruvius states that Hiero had commissioned the crown to celebrate the military success of the king. It means that the crown would have been made in the first half of the 260s. Many historians and scholars of ancient science and mathematics cast doubt on the accuracy of the anecdote by arguing that the displacement of water from a bathtub would have been far too true. Substances like invented the famous quotes attributed to Archimedes is commonly rendered as if we have a place to stand and I can move the earth. If there were another world and he could go to it, the king asked Archimedes what he meant. He undertook pulleys which enabled him to move a fully laden 3-masted ship water with considerable. An alternative ladies launching a ship is found in the De Hypna Sophisti, a text written by a Greek writer, Aeneas of Naucratis. In the early third, takes the form of a Aeneas cites a treatise by a certain Moschian about a great ship commissioned by Hiero called the Syracusian. Athenaeus claims that Archimedes invented a winch vessel to sea by being on Lytis's works. Archimedes followed Euclid's example in setting out postulates. So, assumptions followed by a series of down, while correspondingly decreased the opposite side goes down from these Archimedes' method arms are reciprocally proportional to. In other words, if the size of one of the two weights being balanced is doubled, then its distance to the fulcrum must be of the distance that he could move the world if he had to the harbour by the Archimedes' fulcrum represented the center of gravity of two objects on the balance. Basically, the center. Relies heavily on proof of contradiction, namely, Archimedes worked out that a triangle center lies at the intersections drawn from any Dositheus in Alexander's correspondence with him. Archimedes begins his letter to Dositheus by lamenting the death of Chronomus Samos. He had written to him to do so again. Upon learning death, Archimedes decided to send it to Dositheus in Alexandria. In his letter, Archimedes referred to by other mathematicians to square the circle. Bring out how to measure the light and all discussions of what to some of his predecessors was not in quadrature. Archimedes sought to measure the area of a related chain, a parabola, which is measured as, quote, a man of considerable eminence in philosophy. Archimedes began by referring to a previous letter he sent to Eratosthenes. He challenged him to come up with proofs of some of his new theorems. His proofs, but also what he believed could be used to solve a set of similar problems. This begins by giving an alternative proof of his discovery in quadrature of the parabola by considering shapes as physical objects on a balance. Equilibrium, which is believed to have been written after quadrature of the parabola, Archimedes determines that it lies on its axis to fifths of the way up from the base to its vertex. Archimedes' work with James brought him into the teams who were keen to avoid measure like some who wanted baptism infants entitled only such area of an increased the circle. 26-sided polygon calculates the ratio of the circumference of the circle to its diameter is 22:7. In decimal form, accurately, to that increased polygon at a more precise approximation of pi. Now known to be 3.14159. This approach who, as we have seen, school in southern Italy, who had developed a theorem nearly 3 centuries, which allowed for the development of pi in the first place. Pi enabled Archimedes to calculate was his treatise on the sphere and the cylinder, which again was addressed to Dositheus, who seemingly became one of his principal correspondents after the death of Conon of Samos. In his treatise, Archimedes states that he has pi multiplied by the ring as, quote, he would best have been able to grasp them and the appropriate verdict. He hoped that Dos would be able to help him disseminate it among the mathematical community in Dositheus subsequently asked Archimedes for the answers to a set of mathematical problems that he previously sent to Conon. Archimedes responded by informing his colleague that many of the problems could be solved using the findings in the previous treatise. Set out the solution is now categorized as part 2 of the sphere and the cylinder on the spirals. Archimedes apologizes for taking so long to set the proofs that have been requested, citing his, quote, desire to communicate the first sphere and the cylinder were, and also to Dositheus, since Conan's death. Problems, and he decided it was time to move. Reviving work is assuring that Archimedes' users were known in Alexandria and ensured their survival for posterity. Thus, viewed on floating bodies. Column of equal volume in a body of liquid is also of equal weight. Otherwise, the liquid would flow from the heavier to the light. If it is lighter than the liquid, a part of it would remain above the surface, but bottom, it would still experience some weight loss. Archimedes that the weight loss is equal to the volume of war beam displaced. Discovery of the Archimedes fire, the famous shouting discovery of Archimedes' principle is much more complicated than coming to the realization that larger objects displace a greater volume of water. In the second order, floating bodies, Archimedes and their centers of gravity in water, and but it is possible that his ideas of hydrostatics were building methods in the Western Mediterranean later in his life. Most of Archimedes' decisions suggests that he and his father ruled Syracuse as joint tyrants from around 200. Expects Gelo to understand the mathematics contained in the treatise, which has led some scholars to propose that the young Gelo was a student of arts. challenge of calculating how many astronomers. However, while the universe serves as Archimedes' is primarily concerned with very large numbers and the number not to expand. The largest number the Greeks had for was a myriad, or 10,000. Archimedes suggested that there can be a number of unions. Stars and their relationship to the entire random number system, Archimedes calculated that the number of grains of to the power of 63 mentioned that the circumference of the Earth is 3 million stadia, 52,000 stadia. Archimedes also assumed that is no more than 30 times proposed a heliocentric model of that the universe was much bigger than commonly believed. Archimedes calculated that the size of the universe was a sphere 2 light years in diameter. In the universe. Nevertheless, I given 2 astronomical models, which were Hemisphere, which represented the night sky, while the second was a model of the universe based on description of the astronomy. Who lived a century earlier models in on sphere making. Activities referenced by the mathematician Pappus of Archimedes and playful physical puzzles on his fellow mathematicians. Such is the case with the treatise which appears in the Archimedes palimpsest, a square. That there are 17,152 different solutions to the puzzle. The branch of mathematics relationships between cattle of various colors and patterns. While some scholars have it was not his style of writing, making a joke at its expense. The answer, 19th century, and runs to over 220s BC, roughly between his late 40s and late 60s. This was a period of comparative peace in the West, especially so on the Sicily, relative trend of the end of the First Punic War, 1 BC. On the other, as a Roman client, Barca, and later his sons Hasdrubal and Hannibal in BC besieged and captured the town of the east coast of Spain. Saguntum was an invasion in 218 BC. He gathered an army at New Carthage, present-day Cartagena, on the southeastern coast of Spain. Rather than risk losing his army, and his name August 216 BC was in would soon descend on Rome itself and defeat the Republicans had the loyal Roman ally Sicily, the possession of Hieronymus, broke his ties to Rome and an alliance with Hannibal in exchange for Sicily once the war was over. Although the Syracusans subsequently tried to reverse this approach, when Hieronymus was assassinated in 214 BC by command of a large and expeditionary force which was preparing to lay siege to Syracuse by land and sea. It would provide the thrilling march to take into account Archimedes' Plutarch. Some time before his death, Archimedes asked to build all sorts of offensive and defensive These lay dormant, while Syracuse was valuable when the city attacked by Marcellus. Syracuse was already well protected by defensive walls, sitting on top of a chain of hills around the city, enabling Archimedes to position his machines to cover approaches from both land and sea. The Roman general Appius Claudius began an attempt, while Marcellus took a fleet of 60 Quinquerines manned with soldiers who launched missiles and javelins against the Syracusan garrison posted on the walls. The Romans built a against the city walls to enable Archimedes short range catapults continued the bombardment. Attacked and assault the walls at close range. As Marcellus catapults archers behind shot arrows at the Romans. When Marcellus had to deploy the Sambre against the wall, Archimedes deployed swinging arms which had been concealed behind the wall to about concentrates. That Archimedes set fire to enemy ships and this did not allow detailed to use a set of mirrors to concentrate enough heat would have been possible. So to see and live in. At that juncture, a small group, one section of the city wall was lower than the others, was celebrating that in honor of Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. The Syracusan garrisons had failed to respond effectively. The Romans on the wall opened the gates from inside and enabled the army and its arrest Archimedes and his proved resistance. So when he drawn his sword, when the latter pleaded for time to finish his work, the soldier took no notice and killed him immediately. Plutarch offers a thought which claims that Archimedes was bringing some mathematical instruments to Marcellus when a group of Roman soldiers believed he had treasure with him was never great volume. Till 75 BC, when the great rhetorician and orator Cicero was serving as a gate. After I had to read anecdote work events that the citizens have neglected the tool of their greatest scientist. His human was better and an heir during the siege of Syracuse at the very end of his life is one of the few facts that can be reliably established about his life from the legal record. Nevertheless, based on Plutarch's description of his character and evidence from his surviving works, it appears that Archimedes was primarily interested in pure mathematics rather than in the physical world. His mathematics was so sophisticated that it was only surpassed by the likes of Galileo and Newton 1,000 years. He is indeed so complex for some that he tried to develop that it is automatic. While he is often carried from a bathtub shouting, "You beacon," or built to know in the comment section. And time, thank you very much for watching. Thomas Edison was born as Thomas in the town of Milan, in Ohio, 7 Jr. Settled in a township in Erie. Edison Jr. married Nancy Matthews Elliott from New York State. He was the Army American Revolutionary War. In 1837, Samuel took part in William Lyon Mackenzie's ill-fated attempt to overthrow the colonial government of Canada. Samuel, arriving eventually making his 1830. Samuel colonized the 13 colonies who relived there, the family name began to be spelled Edison. Against the corrupt political and financial Whigman that the federal government had a role in promoting interstate commerce. Prosperity its external rivals like Britain. While the Whigs represented the established commercial centers in the northeast, the Jacksonians encouraged westward expansion, resulting in the expansion into places like Alabama, Mississippi, leading in 1819 to say against the backdrop of this latter war. all of this was occurring, great technological change was also underway with the innovation of the Industrial Revolution that had begun in England in the 17th. New technological breakthroughs, tales about his youthful curiosity and his desire to understand natural processes. And curiosity about how things in the world worked on a technical plan and benefited from the construction of the Milan Canal, which was complete in 1839 and allowed the town to be a wealthy grain port, trading directly with New York City. Economic activity in Milan declined, and in 1854, Samuel Edison should move his family to the familiar terrain of Port Europe. But he was largely homeschooled after a time by his mother, who had been a school teacher herself years earlier. Problems from Suffolk 12. Editings of Tuffer, American Liberal prior to the American Revolution, had on him. He was also interested in history. In 1859, at the age of 12, on board the train of the Chicago, Detroit, and Grand philosophy, one of the most unique in the early development of the modern discipline of physics. Edison also read extensively from the books and newspapers he was selling, and he noticed that there was limited how Edison was selling to the East made it, but even though the double stand at Port Europe, where he sold produce for his father's farms, as well as sites. Edison abandoned the use of his childhood nickname of Al and let it be known that he preferred to be called Tom. His venture into journalism was an illustration of his interest in the dissemination of information. This was also reflected in his curiosity about the telegraph system, a device invented in the late 1830s, which enabled made up of electrical pulses to be sent along and just pulses developed by the telegraph's inventor, Samuel Morse, to transmit message telegraph stations. Edison account in the autumn of 1862, he was talking Mackenzie within 3 months, Tom had mastered the skill of Michigan and Indiana. He later claimed that his eating was a blessing. Score day. By 1864, Tom was initially based in Indianapolis and later in Cincinnati, where he began experimenting on ways to send multiple messages using a single wire. By the time promoted to first-class operator with a salary of $125 a month, the American Civil War had ended, and Edison went to the southern states, where he established telegraph. A wire reporter soon returned to took time off work to consult library books. While most of these were about telegraphy, the most important was the work of English scientist Michael Faraday, which would major impact application of a link in the second half. In June 1869, Edison was issued patent US number 90,646. And invention. Not long after this, He developed an alphabetical dial telegraph network in Boston, which enabled operators to send messages and tapping them. He hoped to build a duplex telegraphic line across New York. Test tube company. In 1870, after securing new financial backing to develop a faster automatic telegraph, Edison moved to New Jersey. Just 23 years of age, he was leading a team of staff at the Newark Telegraph Works. There, Hitosh's career rise during the Navy News Union Medical Employment Company. The pair married not long afterwards on born in 1878, married in 1884 at just 29 years of age. The exact circumstances joined him as his chief experimental assistant, constantly sought ways to improve their efficiency, producing sketches of the ideas and concepts that emerged from his fertile mind, which Batchelor converted into technical drawings for the workers to manufacture prototypes from. He successfully developed this, although 30 followers by J. Gould of the Atlantic and Pacific Telegraph Company for his design a huge sum by the standards of the time, which went some way. Edison and Batchelor invented the electric pen, which a document or draw cells each. Although Edison was formerly an employee of Atlantic Telegraph at this time, He continued to receive financial support behind the scenes from Western Union to work on a speaking telegram means to transmit the human voice through a wire. The sound quality, and he spent the next year's job. In 1877, Edison improved upon Bell's telephone by adding carbon that enabled the sound to be transmitted with greater clarity. Device, the fuel price is transmitted by July 1877. He was able to record the vibrations of the human voice onto paper, vibration, allowing him just enough time to record the nursery. Mary had a little lamb. Demonstration of the device in New York City at the office of the Scientific American Journal. He gave to President in a journal article about the applications of the phonograph. Edison anticipated instances. Edison and many others were working on new to achieve. The large fires which were constantly in the news. Own, manufacture, operate, and license the use of various apparatus used in producing light, heat, or power by electricity. The first experiments in electric lighting are done by the considerable interest in art. Witnessed lighting, which was separated the insulating plaster burned away. They were not suitable boats. To the so into a series of 8 lights. Edison became convinced that it was possible to build a city-wide network interior without necessity of its light. He hired the mathematician Francis Upton to collect all the existing literature on arc and incandescent lighting, both to inform his own experiments and to serve as a benchmark for the performance of his creations. Edison and Upton determined on the Bainham filament to prevent as it reacted with the air, and a regulator that would enable a circuit of lights to remain at the same intensity even if one of them were to fail. Spring of 1879. Edison had to keep a light going, Edison believed would place the dangerous and environmental light cost. As with the photograph years earlier, visitors once again flocked to Mark in order to see the laboratory lit up at night with Edison's incandescent lamps. His new design, the commercial line across the Atlantic in England, the chemist Joseph Swan had been experimenting with incandescent lighting since the 80s. After a brief period of competition and litigation between Edison and Swan's companies in England, the two merged in 1883 to create the Edison and Swan United Electric Light Company, commonly known as operations to fit the Edison of New York. In the meantime, Edison dispatched his trusted lieutenant Charles Batchelor electrical exhibition exhibition in Paris in August 1881. Bachelor secured two large rooms to exhibit of Edison's products, including incandescent lights, bulbs, and telephone, while his associates ran an expensive public relations campaign designed with gold offered the lighting for the foyer of the Paris Opera, the theatre of La Scala in Milan. Soon followed with an order for three Edison chandeliers. In London, associates were busy recultivating at much of the company in London. To a young electrical engineer, Lieb, as chief electrician of the Site, with three youngest, soon signed a contract with the Bell Telephone Company in Boston to work on enhancements to the design of the telephone. Hill led him to resume a relationship with Drake Gilliland, a former Western Union colleague in Cincinnati. Leading the Bell Company's telephone experimental. Lewis Miller of Akron, Ohio, and his 19-year-old daughter, 1885, Edison and his daughter Marian joined the Gillilands on a trip to Florida. He remained in correspondence with Mina Milariha, despite being age. At the end of September, he sent a letter to Lewis Miller asking for permission to marry his daughter, which was readily granted. His mother enthusiastic, but the couple were married anyway in Akron on the 24th of February, 1886. Before their wedding, the couple were looking for a more spacious house, and in January 1886, Edison purchased the mansion of Glenmont in West Orange, New Jersey, for $125,000 in a liquidation sale. Edison considered the house a wedding gift to his new bride, though formal ownership did not pass to Mina until 1891. After the wedding, the couple initially spent their honeymoon in Fort Myers, though they were actually obliged to stay at a hotel as Edison's house, christened Seminole Lodge, was not yet ready to manage the household as the 20-year-old stepmother of 3 children, with a husband who spent long hours at his lab. In 1888, Nina gave birth to a daughter named Madeleine. 2 more sons. 6. Edison encountered more humans, an era in which social movements were gaining momentum across Europe and the Americas, fueled by dreadful conditions and demands for workers to work 60 or 70 hours a week for meager wages. Edison's workers were struck and walked out in protest at their long hours. Calls for progressive workers' rights. At the end of the year, with lunacy, Edison was and went to Fort Myers to recuperate. The previous year, Ezra Gilliland had a chemophonograph. Despite an initial reluctance based on the advance made by Bell Company during the 1880, capitalist Jesse Licott attempted to consolidate the entire industry by negotiating with Gilliland and Edison's attorney, Tomlinson. But Edison felt betrayed by his assessor, pursued costly litigation to consolidate his control over the market in opposition to Lippincott. This was the second name he was channeled into a bitter public relations war with Nikola Tesla, a young rival from Europe who had made the United States over the best method of Croatian-born Serb. Tesla was a firm promoter of the alternating current system, widely known by its abbreviated name, hundreds of miles, high voltage, in contrast to Edison's direct current system, which operated at a low voltage and could only distribute power within a radius of 1 mile. Despite his ideological opposition, Tesla joined one of 82 into the attention of Charles Batchelor. In 1880, Batchelor returned to New York City, Tesla accompanied him and began the electric light manufacturing company, but was soon left penniless when his investors abandoned him. In 1888, Tesla made a through developing an AC motor. Transformers in the 1980s enabled AC voltages the West Orange Laboratory to witness the exercise. Death by a law officer's credit Westinghouse when he was approached by New York Electrical Engineer Brown. Instructor all of Edison's electric companies into the Edison General Electric Company. In 1892, Electric, which controlled 3/4 of the American electrical industry, and brought Westinghouse to the brink of bankruptcy. War had brought out the streak. August 18 went to the portion of the controversial green that was initially intended for the structure. The Edison Pavilion was also a popular attraction. Here demonstrated over France, and in September he was entertained by the composer Charles Gounod in the private salon of Gustave, the designer of the famous tower at the top of the tower. Which on the eastern seaboard to rely on expensive. Edison had been trying to extract metal from lower quality ore. He developed a method to extract iron from each a powerful electromagnet and formed the Edison Ore Milling Company in 1881, but the company closed after 3 years after its operations failed to make a profit. In the late 1880s, Edison renewed his interest in this endeavor, this time focusing on developing machines to make low-quality ore into fine material before separating the metallic and non-metallic elements with magnets. Edison acquired a mine at Bechtelsville in Pennsylvania to test his president of the American Institute of Mining and with over 60% purity. The ambitious Edison now sought to buy up mines himself and rifles for use in his own supply chain, making his whole enterprise self-sufficient in the process. After sending a team of sites, Edison acquired a large site at Ogdensburg in New Jersey, where he made boulders to tiny fragments to work to this. The formation of General Electric in 1892 created a and removed Edison's name from the company name as a concession to Thomson of Thomson Houston, although he remained on Jade and continued to develop product in his lab. Thomas did not attend further board meetings, prompted him to focus his energies instead on his mining pursuits. Then, in 1893, with some Defense Company, the financial troubles at the Chicago Fair in 1893, the Edison Tower of Light dominated the center of the electricity hall, although a kinetoscope was not bills, the subjects of which included board boxing matches. At $200 apiece, the kinetoscope Edison Edison's all the large mining corporations West and 1891. Although Thomas Edison's fame, nature, and correspondence with his children, and in the late 1890s, Edison's relationship with his two first children largely came. His eldest daughter, Marian, she married the German officer, but there was no place in the world for two Thomas, but was treated as an ordinary after she had an affair. It was a day. Family trouble accompanied by his kinetoscope. Like many ordnance company in 1895, and joined a competitor, the American Newtoscope company, developing the kinetoscope with one viewer per device, believers lay and projecting the images onto a larger. In 1897, Wheels Edison Studio, a great train robbery. The Edison was a popular hit and occupies an iconic place. As the his developed the IT byproduct of his mailing print, eventually profitable than the defunct mine. Meanwhile, Edison was also intensifying his efforts in battery technology that would perform traditional lead acid batteries, which took a long time to recharge. The iron moved in the opposite experimentation with materials. Edison decided to use for the negative plate a nickel oxide with a positive plate and potassium hydroxide for the electrolyte. such that were eclipsed by Edison use funds. In 19 battery and formed the Edison Storage Company. The low price of 15 is high demand, but soon transported leaking and lost as much as 30% steam ability of the battery over the following. The engineer Henry Ford was working on a series of models that culminated in the Model T, the world's car, launched in 1908. Ford had first met Edison in 1896 as a young employee of the Edison in Detroit. Encouraged his efforts to develop a car powered by a combustion-engined cars as harmful to the environment, and hoped that his batteries would provide a cleaner solution for automotive development. But the success of the Ford Model T ensured the combustion engine become the preferred means. In 1913, Ford John Burroughs to meet Edison in Fort Myers, and the three on annual camping excursion. Burroughs' death in on the night included Edison belatedly and reluctantly began to demand and swift rebuilding of the factory to ensure Edison held unorthodox views about music, cherishing clarity of tone over displays of emotion. Songs. For this reason, he continued in company, recording discs with the great operatic tenor Enrico Caruso. In 1915, soon after the fire, Edison was keen to demonstrate the capabilities of his phonograph by organizing so-called tone tests. A 25-year-old soprano at the Metropolitan Opera to make the recording. After his phonograph faced a major war in Europe. This trade embargo on carbolic acid, a chemical used by military doctors revenge. Edison was of the opinion that the United passenger liner, the Lusitania, by a German submarine in May 1915, Edison proposed an American submarine fleet to protect the East Coast. Not long after, he signed a contract with the Department of Navy to build submarines and Edison was appointed to head his son Charles in charge of operations. Mind developed almost 50 projects for the Navy, none implemented by now 70-year-old inventor to express process the U.S. government. In a further display, discounted price, and returned to West Orange, managed competently in absence, and Abbot Charles was capable of increasingly willing to leave day-to-day opera to his sons. In 1923, he formally resigned as president of his holding company. Development of wireless radio technology, Edison stubbornly refused to abandon his attachment to his phonograph cylinders, and Charles spent much of the 1920s forlornly dealing with an increasing number of its value rests only on its scarcity. Next article from 1922, Edison proposed that the US dollar should instead be backed by reserves of agricultural commodities that had tangible value and utility, such as wheat, sugar, and what you might never lose its value. One decade of his life, In an age during the First World War, when import restrictions caused the price of the commodity to spike in the United States. Moreover, during his camping trips with John Burroughs and Henry Ford, they were often joined by the tire manufacturer Harvey Firestone, or discussed during the war. Ford and Firestone began manufacturing their own rubber, but it established the end, consulting botanical scientists and sending his agents throughout the whole of North America. Much of the experimentation with rubber was carried research to two varieties of the golden inventor and innovator. The 81-year-old was awarded the Conquest Honor. Speaking, Barbara belongs to the world, thought that his humble beginnings and his unceasing struggling to overcome the road to success illustrate the spirit of our country. Edison's friend, Henry Ford, at his birthplace, Dearborn, Michigan, Ford, the history of American industry. The museum was inaugurated on the 21st of October 1929. It was renamed the Edison Institute. The stock market on photograph a particular of the golden rods and rubber from its leaves. He planned to build a forger on land owned by Henry Ford to produce rubber for the Motor Company. But any more than 4 hours. He gave a radio address from Fort Myers to the National Spare. Latest economic downturn. Quote, my message to you, Mr. Big, I have seen many depressing business, but as brave as your father, and go forward. After returning to West Orange in June, Edison did occasional visits to the laboratory before he collapsed in his chair of August. His head for a few weeks, and he was able to take car rides. It was apparent that Thomas Edison is celebrated as one of the world's most prolific inventors, with 1,093 US patents to his name, and a further 1,339 from other countries. Rubber among industries and products. While Edison saw particular commercial success with the phonograph and the incandescent light bulb, many of his products critical ideas that originated from his collaborator to discuss the current war is a major stain on his reputation. There is some truth to this, and Edison was certainly a businessman who tried to undermine his competition. Unquestionably, one of the visionaries and architects of the modern world. What do you think of Thomas Edison? A businessman who stole the ideas of others and exploited his own fame to destroy competitors and create market monopolies that benefited his own companies. Please let us know in the comment section. In the meantime, born on the 15th of April 14. According to other scholars, a middle-class and land-owning family who had lived and trained with Leonardo. A widespread practice during this time, whilst is an honorific title for a lawyer, said Piero da Vinci was a notary or someone although it is believed that she was a servant named Catarina. Recently, art history publication named her as Catarina a 15-year-old orphan who lived near Vinci, while some recent speculative historical fiction, such as the work by Italian literature professor Carlo Vecchi, theorized that she was an enslaved woman from the Caucasus, a theory supported by documented by Ser Piero in autumn 1452, in which he but at a precise point, his father was living and working and was eventually married in Florence. Caterina herself eventually married another man and would go on to have 5 more children. His father would be married a total of 4 times and would come to parent 11 children. Unlike wealthy children, of his legitimate status. Gaining an understanding of elementary mechanics from the operation of water wheels. Francesca di Ser Giuliano Landrettini, who became Leonardo's second stepmother. Following this remarriage and then the death of his grandparents, Leonardo joined his son in the Renaissance, referred and art, as well as birth of European culture, out of what was viewed as the academic and artistic downturn of the medieval period. The term was coined in 1850. To the Roman Empire in nationalistic terms, as a way of highlighting the grand heritage of this collection of states. Importantly, it should be noted that term Renaissance was the term is useful in describing the greater divide, extent or land consists was between the elite and the naval state. A term which refers swathe of land with its own army that was controlled nobility, and at this time those who era had flocked to the cities to make their fortunes, consolidate their wealth in banking, shipping, and other trades. Within Florence itself, there were also factions and infighting, which is confirmed based on maps and written evidence. Historians have informed symbols which were their wealth and societal position. In Florence, these symbols were commonly based on the arts. Private citizens with wealth invested heavily in sculptures and jewelry as a means of demonstrating their taste and expensive life. This which fueled the rise of after dark curfew and impenetrable locks. As well as this, Florence itself was a walled city. Indeed, life was made turbulent, not only due to wars and perhaps gaining potential clients and patrons for art. Some of the most significant movers of the and political world of to take advantage of economic. Who was born in 1389 and not only established the political legitimacy of the Medici during a time when many were suspicious of bankers, but also began the tradition of the Medici's art patronage. Cosimo was particularly interested by his socialist values. Humanism at the time of his movement of the same name, but was an intellectual and aesthetic school which highlighted the development of the experience through art and literature in reference to classical ideas. Da Vinci, along with other artists such as there were footsteps his father when he was 14 years old, although apprenticeships of the time would typically start a couple of years earlier, around the age of 12. Trained as a goldsmith, eventually mastering bronze and marble casting in the 15th century. Verrocchio ran a shop which was called a bottega, which was essentially an art factory producing different types of art, theatre costumes, and even tombstones. Between 1464 and 1473, Verrocchio was commissioned to craft Cosimo de' Medici's floor tomb in the Basilica di San Lorenzo, as well as the tombs of Cosimo's sons Piero and Giovanni. These lucrative and high-status connections catapulted Verrocchio into a position of influence, and his workshop took orders from many notable clients, demanding a range of wares. In addition to many pieces, including the Monument 1483, this sculpture was designed for the exterior of the Orsa Michele in Florence, a church which dated to the early 1st century, but was rebuilt in the early 14th century. Verrocchio was not only an esteemed sculptor, but a painter as was trained by Florentine master Fra Filippo Lippi, who was born in Florence around 1406, and was a renowned painter of the previous Renaissance priest, and was also patronized by the Medici. He was known for his frescoes and ultimately Madonna and Child, painted sometime in the 1440s. He also had a scandalous reputation, at one time carrying on an affair with a nun, while he himself was a priest, before he was arrested and tortured, his life spared by Cosimo de' Medici. It was in such a lineage of artists that young Leonardo was being trained, although it included that contemporary artists are full craftsmen. Clients would order custom wares from a workshop, whether this be a painting, sculpture, engraving, or bronze, and expected their specifications to be met. The nature of this market meant that Leonardo would have been trained not only in the mixing and application of paint, but also in stonemasonry, carving, casting bronze, and drawing, as well as in the use of mathematics, engineering, and music. As an apprentice working under Verrocchio, some scholars suggest that Leonardo painted the angel in Verrocchio's painting, Baptism of Christ, completed circa 1472, as well as the fish on a string and the dog, painting Tobias and the angel, created around 1470. But it is suggested by some historians that Verrocchio, perhaps jealous or in awe of his young apprentice's skill as a painter, as well as his understanding, gave up painting and devoted himself to sculpture and goldsmithing instead. Da Vinci's early work as an apprentice was experiment with and be led oil painting that spread to Italy during the Renaissance from the Netherlands, where it had been popularized by artists such as Jan van Eyck, though it had been used since the 7th century in Afghanistan. commissioned by Augustinian monks from the San Donato in Scopeto, just outside of Florence, to paint an altarpiece depicting the celebration of the Feast of the Epiphany, which was entitled The Adoration of the Magi. against them. During this time, in 1495, Moscow, a popular medium in the Renaissance, were murals painted with dry pigment directly with the help of many assistants. Two other pieces from the 5th century. This was not a long time. Leonardo experimented with a mixture of oil fresco, that made the artwork more susceptible to the damp conditions at the monastery and could get to the paintings quick. It was a disaster, and today has been restored many times, with only about 20% after its complete tempera and gesso, as well as due to the. In 1999, a restoration effort was undertaken by specialist Pininfarina, which took over 20 years and millions of dollars, and included removing layers of paint. Is notable for several other reasons, including the fact that Jesus, one of Leonardo's greatest achievements, was of some, and reportedly, Leonardo lost his temper with a Trajan in the place of Judas in the fresco. During his time in the court of Ludovico, Leonardo worked to see if the art and be found. Some of his most striking work was undertaken in his role, and he was widely regarded for his ability to render expression and emotion in these pictures. He refined this technique with several studies in the grotesque and the beautiful, which can be seen in his Madonna paintings. He was also noted for his distinctive style in portraiture, in which he positioned quarter view, instead gave him the opportunity to capture shadow and depth. One of the most successful portraits he completed was that of Cecilia Gallerani, the mistress of Ludovico, in which he also rendered her dog, a clear indication of his capacity to capture the movement and emotions and animals in his work. Leonardo accuracy. He also completed several studies in which he analyzed the effect on the subject and to define shadow in precise detail in sketch form. 1498. During his time in Milan, working for Ludovico, Leonardo was appointed engineer in 1445, supposed studying under Renaissance artist and mathematician Piero della Francesca. And prior to being invited by Medica, Italia, Proporzioni e Ornamenti, published 1894. Edizione Paggiore Leonardo Illustrating, eventually published as a third collection entitled Divinia Proporzione. Explored the golden guiding principle when to produce the most equal and aesthetically pleasing result. In considering these achievements, it is important to remember that Leonardo was not trained in what was then referred to as natural philosophy. Routinely emphasized the role that Imperative of October 1499, new French king Louis XII, a descendant of the first Duke of Milan, invaded Milan with support from Venice, forcing Ludovico's forces to flee the city. Although he was eventually Louis had a claim to the city. Ludovico had overthrown before assuming power. Leonardo fled the city with Sala and Paccioli, stopping first at El housed in the Louvre, moved on to Venice, turning to Spain, and experienced life under siege as the Ottoman Empire threatened the city in a war between 1499 and 1503. Turkish warships lay after the city as a military engineer. This led him to develop designs for diving equipment, which he could be used by Venetians in assaults upon Ottoman vessels, as well as several forms of underwater defense, which were designed to scuttle ships before they could reach the harbors, allowed them to land an invasion force. Again, incredible though these designs were, they lacked practical application and were hence seldom attempted. In April 100, Leonardo was once again in Florence, though it was no longer the Florence of his youth. The Medici family, who had controlled the city for so many generations, had been ousted following Lorenzo de' Medici's son Piero the Unfortunate's battlefield during his invasion of Naples and career in Florence 20 years previously. Now, due to the changing political culture in the city, Leonardo was seen as a great master of the heroic style that was this from him gaining many commissions and jobs. Indeed, when the artist Filippino heard Da Vinci might be interested to piece project that he himself had been commissioned for, withdrew, allowing Da Vinci to take on the project if Leonardo lived in the monastery of Santissima Annunziata, where he was commissioned to paint the Virgin and Child with St. Anne, another work which he failed to finish. In 1502, Leonardo was appointed military engineer to Cesare Borgia, who is well known now with and being written about by Italian statesman Niccolo Machiavelli. At this time, he was a commander of the Pope's armies, who was using the forces in an attempt to seize control of central Italy. Born in 1475, Cesare Borgia was Pope Alexander VI's illegitimate son, and together with the Pope, he sought to establish himself as an Italian prince and re-establish the Papal State's control over central Italy. After a fortuitous marriage to the King of Navarre's sister, Charlotte d'Albret, and following his appointment as Duke of Valentinois by Louis XII, Cesare used his new access to French forces, combined with his father's papal forces, to establish dominance. After Cesare ordered the strangulation of Vitellozzo Vitelli, Leonardo's dear friend, he left his position and returned to Florence. Meanwhile, in 1503, Cesare Borgia fell from power dying in battle in 1507. During this period, Leonardo completed works and indicated a talent for cartography in his rendering of instant, soon abandoned Republic officials to their victory over the Medicis, ordered celebratory frescoes of battles won by the city. Battle of Anchiae in 1440 and the Battle of Cascina in 1364. Michelangelo the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel in Rome, which took 4 years to complete in 1508, while another famous work, the statue of 1494, like Da Vinci frescoes, both remained unbeaten. In Leonardo's case, his own experimentation got the better of him when he tried a new method of painting frescoes by mixing oil paint and tempera. Eventually, both of these unfinished works were covered up by artist Giorgio Vasari in the 1560s. Michelangelo and Leonardo had something of a rivalry with one another, that Michelangelo was boastful, rude, and untidy, whereas Leonardo was quiet, thoughtful, and elegant. The two had an acrimonious relationship, and Michelangelo often criticized the fact that Leonardo had so many unfinished works. In 1503, Leonardo da Vinci began painting one of his most famous works, the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa, or Monna, short for Madonna, is believed to be a portrait of Lisa Gherardini, the wife of silk merchant Francesco del Giocondo, although this assertion has always been contested. Da Vinci worked on this piece for 4 years, adding oil paint in many layers and adding to it throughout his life. Leonardo was evidently fond and kept it for the remainder of his life. This in itself, as if the portrait had been commissioned, then it would generally have been handed straight to the sitter after completion. The work remains arguably the most famous painting in the world. Indeed, the Mona Lisa was stolen on the 21st of August 1911 by Italian painter Vincenzo Perugia, though the painting was found 2 years later when he tried to sell it, and Perugia was imprisoned for 18 months. The painting is currently in the Louvre in Paris. In around 1507, Da Vinci was appointed the court artist of King Louis XII. Of Milan from 1506 to 1511, as well as sketching plans for an oratory to be built for the church of Santa Maria Fontana, which combining his love of science with art. And covered exterior corridor, influenced by the Villa Real and realized in 1488 by they had been promised, but he had not delivered. Unfortunately, Da Vinci also owed unfit travel to Milan. 1506, D'Amboise wrote again to the Signoria, requesting that Da Vinci stay longer in Milan to finish his. This request was denied. In true Da Vinci fashion, he remained in Milan anyway, only returning to Florence to settle with his brother, pertaining to his father. And Da Vinci were romantically involved. Both Salai and Melzi served as Leonardo's throughout his life. Da Vinci around the countryside, observing nature. Explored in his notebooks in 1508, Da Vinci began some first notes on geology, as he else could be found so far from the shore. The floodwaters far inland, as was generally believed then, while other parts of the painting were, to scholars, quite clearly completed by one of Da Vinci's apprentices or students, and not the artist himself. The 10th of March 1511, Charles statue. How to fill the space, a classical statue of a horse and rider, known as the Regisole, which was a depicting an king riding a horse, believed to be of the Ostrogoths. The statue was moved to Pavia, now Italy, within the century of its creation. It was perhaps moved by Emperor Charlemagne. Though the date of its creation remains unclear, the Regisole, undoubtedly an inspiration to during the Renaissance, was also undeniably destroyed on the 16th of May by Jacobins, who was rival of Napoleon's army, and saw the statue as a symbol of tyranny. However, portions of the statue, such as its base, did survive until 1811. In 1937, the Brera Academy, Francesco Messina, to celebrate the bi-millennial anniversary of Emperor Augustus' life, commissioned a replica of the destroyed in Pavia. Though he had been studying human anatomy since the 1480s, during what is known as his second Milanese period, Da Vinci devoted much time to this subject, evidence of which remains visible sketches from a 12. It's clear that Da Vinci drew one in 1710. Da Vinci Torre, a great anatomist. Torre was born in Verona in 1481, to death at the age of 3 from either cholera or the plague. Though many scholars attribute the excellence and accuracy of Leonardo's anatomical drawings to his collaboration with Torre, have been working on and live, and based on his books, it is believed that Da Vinci dissected more than 30 human corpses. Studies that peaked in the early 1500s about the anatomy itself, rather than to create a specific unpleasant, since religious doctrine determined the dissections had to be at night, and it was activity which was likely to arouse suspicion. Meanwhile, in Milan, when Ludovico pushed the Sforzas out once again, with Massimiliano settling in Paris. A decade later, but Sforza, Ludovico's other son Francesco, once held the title. After being appointed fifth, though he was final Sforza during this period. Went to live with 20-year-old Francesco Melzi, left Milan, Rome. He was hosted in the Belvedere of the Vatican by Giuliano de' Medici. Brother of the preventing drains and reclaimed for agricultural use, while Da Vinci's designs and plans were not utilized for collection at Windsor Castle. Romans are an author period known as the High Renaissance. Melzi and Salains of France, the same that King Francis I of France invaded and captured Milan, again forcing the Sforzas and patrons in Italy. Da Vinci settled in France and became the official painter for King Francois I of France. Or Francis I became King of France on the 1st of January after the death of Louis XII. Francis had wed Louis XII's daughter Claude shortly before the king's death. Historians write that Francis invited Leonardo to his court purely to converse with him, which by all accounts they did every day. While in France, Da Vinci and Melzi lived in the small village of Cloux at a manor provided to them by King Francis, and it was here that Da Vinci created his famous self-portrait drawn in red chalk, now held in the Royal Library of Turin in Italy. The drawings are estimated to be from 1512, depicting Leo around the age of 60. Some posit that Da Vinci experienced paralysis leading up to his death from around this time, a claim based on an examination of some of his writings, such as a sheet from October 1517 in the Codex Atlantico, which was written by Leonardo while living in Cluj. A large collection or journal of Leonardo's thoughts and sketches, made up of 1,119 sheets, dated from 1478 to 1519. While examining the Codex, scholars noted that some shading lines are ragged and unclear. They add that while Da Vinci maintained movement in his fingers, he lost movement of the arm itself. Many of the works he produced in his life were apocalyptic and concerned great floods and images of brute force. The last days of his life were spent trying. He failed to complete years in France. Leonardo da Vinci died on the 2nd of May 1519 at the age of 60. He was buried in France too. Great artist Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci left to history not only numerous frescoes and paintings, but his notebooks, which were said to have numbered around 20,000 pages, but which only 7,000 pages survived. Today, some are held in Milan or England. Stato della Pittura is composed of 8 books and 35 of Leonardo's views. Interestingly, Da Vinci expressed in writing the desire to bridge the gap between art and science, considering it his mission to establish art's responsibility as a science. Art possessed a godlike and distilled the natural world, significantly explored Vinci's fascination with water, light, and dissection. To understand the human form, Da Vinci with the flooding of the earth and the destruct man's spectacularity. Leonardo was also fascinated with the possibility of human flight and designed what many consider the first parachute, which Da Vinci sketched in 1485. This parachute, shaped like a pyramid, was tested on the 26th of June 2000. By English skydiver Adrian Nicholas, and it was a success. A leading figure of the high Renaissance, Leonardo da Vinci was a mathematician, architect, and painter who was dedicated to innovation with new paint-restricted budget patrons to support his existence. At times, it was these very restrictions that allowed him to so many paths during one lifetime. He was chiefly remembered as an artist during his lifetime, but a study of his notes, which his thoughts were applied to engineering, mathematics, and science also. Leonardo managed to attain fame during his own lifetime, but even more dare, despite the fact that he finished almost none of his projects. There are many questions over the extent to which he contributed to many of the artworks attributed to him, and his works have often been repaired and restored several times over the centuries, since they appreciate his artistic talent as a modern audience, impacted by his illegitimate birth, which blocked him from certain opportunities in his. Da Vinci described the Second War as positive by some historians, because, however, Da Vinci complete works he had been paid for, and in other cases, such as with his experimentation with painting medium in The Last Supper, His experiments did not work out for the best and cost us today the opportunity to view his work in full glory. But, as with other great minds throughout history, we can ask ourselves, what is without risk? What do you think of Leonardo da Vinci? Is his status an ordinary type? Was born on the 22nd of May 1904. He quickly became known by his middle name and typically referred to today as Robert Oppenheimer or J. Robert Oppenheimer. Robert was born to a Jewish family in New York City. His father, Julius, had been born in the Hesse-Nassau province of Prussia, Central Europe. In 1888, at 17 years of age, for the United States. Though virtually penniless, he prospered in America. By the time Robert was born in 1904, he had risen to become a wealthy executive at one of Manhattan's leading textile manufacturers. Was Ella Friedman, a woman of Jewish heritage as well, who had been born in New York in 1770. a family of German Jews headed for America. A generation before Julius Oppenheimer and the strange Julius, named, who was born 8 years to a physicist. Robert's youth was a privileged one. By the mid-1900s, his central figure within New York business circles, and in the early 1910s, they moved into a large apartment on West 88th Street, one of the most affluent areas of New York City at the time. There, the family had Van Gogh and Pablo Picasso, among others, on the walls. Robert attended the ethical culture followed by the Algonquin establishments in the early 20th century. By the time he was 5, he was interested in mineralogy, a hobby German grandfather, so Abe admitted to the Mineralogical Club of New York City. His precociousness extended into his secondary school years, and he finishes it at Algonquin. In a year and a half the time, having taken 2 great years in developed sciences, particularly chemistry, but it was eventually physics which would prove his calling in years to come. In 1922, Oppenheimer began studying at Harvard University at the age of 18. Robert initially intended to focus on studying chemistry after physics, yet his earlier interest in chemistry and his eclectic inquisitiveness would serve him in later years, during a period when scientists were becoming too specialized in specific fields. While Stagger's oldest college in St. Percy on the staff at Harvard at the time, this was Latin classics, which was still central to many Western curricula in the 1920s. Reflecting on his years at Harvard in later life, Oppenheimer noted voraciously. He even attended more classes than it was necessary for him to. The result in 1925 was that of our years at Harvard years to achieve which Oppenheimer, following an emerging pattern, graduated from Harvard, had already been accepted to continue his studies at Cambridge University. This was the great centre of physics in Britain at the time, a reputation it has held and cultivated there in the late 17th century. The year that Oppenheimer spent at Cambridge between the fall of 1925 as he was exposed there to the teachings of Lord a new Zealand father who explained what nuclear half-life and the radiation associated with it were, an achievement which Rutherford was awarded a Nobel Prize in Chemistry for in 1908. Towards the end of his first year at Cambridge, Oppenheimer, whose abilities were beginning to attract considerable attention, accepted from the German physicist Max Born to study under him at the University of Göttingen in Germany, one of Europe's great centers of learning. There, Oppenheimer studied with a number of pioneers of the study of theoretical physics during the 20th century, notably Werner Heisenberg, Enrico Fermi, and Edward Teller, several of whom Oppenheimer would work alongside during the Manhattan Project in the midst of the Second World War. Remarkably, Oppenheimer was awarded his PhD in physics in the spring of 1927, less than a year after arriving in Göttingen. The internal examiner, James Franck, who had won the Nobel Prize for Physics 2 years earlier in 1925, is famously said to have expressed relief when the oral examination, or viva voce, concluded, stating that Oppenheimer had easily defended his doctoral work and had seemed to be ready to begin questioning Franck. The great promise which Oppenheimer showed as a theoretical physicist has
as he acquired his PhD around the same time he turned 23, was most clearly demonstrated in a paper which he and Born co-authored on the quantum theory of molecules in 1927, and which laid out what has come to be known as the Born-Oppenheimer approximation. This pertains to the fields of molecular dynamics, or how molecules move and interact. The approximation which Born and Oppenheimer demonstrated showed that the wave functions of nuclei and electrons within a molecule are different, owing to the fact that nuclei are considerably heavier than the electrons. This means that the coordinates of the nuclei are relatively fixed in place, whereas the lighter electrons are impacted on to a greater height wave functions, and their coordinates are consequently more dynamic. The approximation was reached by Baer to a great extent owing to dual interests in chemistry and physics, as the theory which they presented employed elements of quantum chemistry to onwards separate the motion of a nuclei and an electron. The individual who worked this out with Max Born and who acquired his PhD at Göttingen was a curious figure. Oppenheimer was a mix of a distant scientist, relatively jovial introversion to extroversion, as occasion sometimes demanded, or as his nearly surrounded by a cloud of smoke throughout his adult life. A habit which would contribute substantially to his premature death in his early at Cambridge and Göttingen. Or the person who was a strange mix of intelligence combined with a striking naivety at times, often making poor judgments and decisions and being prone to exaggeration, those he taught in later years. A striking aspect of his personality was his interest in Eastern philosophy and mysticism, being particularly interested in Hinduism and Confucianism, even going so far as to learn Sanskrit, the sacred language of Hinduism, so that he might read the ancient text in the original. This interest in religion and mysticism was not an eccentric pastime. For Oppenheimer, the study of physics was an entry point into understanding the mystical nature of the universe and existence, and his broad intellectual outlook was one of open curiosity. Science was sometimes quite doused and apple with some illness-inducing chemicals and left it in the office of his tutor, Patrick Black, with whom he had had a difficult relationship before heading off to France on holiday. Evidently, this and perhaps others besides, who became 20s, Kalman, a theorist of stage performance and drama, claimed that Oppenheimer attacked him and tried to strangle him once when he told him engaged to be married. Underlying all of this erratic behavior was a strange mix of an individual who could be accordingly arrogant and fell out with a great many colleagues over the years as a result, but who many have concluded was also a deep insecure individual. The root of this was Pacific across the West world. He was a constant outsider, or at least felt like one, and is known to have suffered frequently from bouts of depression. He was, in short, something of an enigma, and publishing several more papers undertaken in England and Germany. Oppenheimer returned to the United States, briefly holding institute, punctuated by visits to Europe, worked for a few months at the University of Leiden in the Netherlands, and at Zurich in Switzerland, where Albert Einstein had carried out much of his earliest and most groundbreaking work. In Leiden, he acquired his nickname, Oppie, from a popularized Dutch rendering of his name. It was not until 1929 that Oppenheimer settled back in America. presented with numerous job offers from U.S. universities. He accepted two and became an associate professor in physics at both the University of California at Berkeley and the California Institute of Technology, or Caltech. For the next 13 years, between 1929 and 1942, he would hold positions at both institutions, teaching during the fall and winter semesters at Berkeley before spending the spring term lecturing at Caltech in Pasadena. During the 1930s, Oppenheimer became famous within the physics community in the United States for his teaching methods, and the finest physicists of the mid-20th century in America trained under him at Berkeley and Caltech, at the School of Theoretical Physics, which he founded. Within this, there was usually a dozen or so advanced graduate students and research fellows who worked closely with Oppenheimer on some of the most relevant questions theoretical physics at the time. During busier times, they would often meet daily. Oppenheimer quizzing them on the progress, and offering suggestions thereon. Mostly, yes, several biographers who knew him during these days alone. Yet, I will see into it during these days, 30s in California, only learning of the Wall Street crash of late 1929 happened. There were impressive scientific breakthroughs made by Oppenheimer and his students at Berkeley and Caltech in the 1930s. In 1930, for instance, which effectively predicted the existence of the positron, or anti-electron, as although its existence was not fully proven until 1932 by David Anderson, a student who worked with Oppenheimer at Caltech. Following on from Oppenheimer worked closely on the electron-positron theory and how the two interacted with each other. Perhaps, though, was a giant effort with Melba Phillips, one of Oppenheimer's first doctoral students at a time when female physicists were all too rare in the United States. Together, Oppenheimer Phillips process in 1935. A type of deuteron-induced nuclear reactions is proved that some are bombarded by deuterons, and that a nuclear interaction can occur. This and many other breakthroughs Oppenheimer and his students at Berkeley and Caltech made California one of the world's greatest centers of theoretical physics in the mid-20th century. Oppenheimer's personal life was somewhat chaotic. He had been diagnosed with a mild case of tuberculosis, sought out in the dying of Rome. In the mid-90s, he began a relationship with Jean Tadlock, a psychiatrist and expert on the life and work of Geoffrey Chaucer. 10 years, Jean was a troubled young woman with severe depression and conflicted sexuality. The relationship was tempestuous, but continued through to 1940. Even after Oppenheimer began, Harrison, a botanist and physicist at Caltech, who eventually divorced her second husband, Stuart Harrison, in November 19 and married Robert the following day. It remains unclear to this day if Oppenheimer continued to periodically see Tadlock in the early 1940s prior to her taking life in James and Kitty currently have two children, a boy named Peter, who was born in May 1941, as Kitty had been pregnant already when they married, and a daughter before. On the cross of Asia, she interrupted in the autumn of 1930 the outbreak of the Second World War by Adolf Hitler. Early in 1930, in fact, to crush the new war in Europe, which had brought the First World to an end, and to build a new German Third Reich Empire, which would dominate the continent. Already familiar with the Nazis, the Jew himself, albeit non. He had become politically involved for the first time in his life during the mid-1930s, when he began setting aside 3% of his salary to help those who were trying to flee Germany of the anti-Jews from 1934 onwards. The Nazis' anti-Jewish policies began annexing the states, firstly Austria and then Czechoslovakia. With the invasion of Poland in September 1939, Britain and France declared war on Germany. But public opinion in the United States was not yet wholly in favor of intervention in what was deemed to be a European war. Therefore, America would years President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was providing extensive support in the shape of war from the war's inception. Oppenheimer's life is planned by the events of December 1941. By then, the United States, despite the desperate war of 1930 Norway that spring, and then the Low Countries and France in the summer of 1940, with many other states like Italy, allied Nazis, and invasions of Britain's colonies in North Africa and Russia afoot. It was in this context that the Empire of Japan, an ultra-nationalist state, bent on creating an Asiatic and Pacific empire, one which already included Korea, Manchuria, and much of eastern China by the early 1940s, decided to preemptively attack the United States without declaring other in Hawaii and other American territories, such as the Philippines. On the 7th of December 1941, called the United States into the Second. Within days, the U.S. was in Germany, Italy, and the other United States as the entirety of the war. Opportunely catapulted to the center of America's research effort during the conflict. This occurred in the context of, in the 1920s and the 1930s, it had been home to some of the world's leading scientists, and so was well placed to defend nuclear fission, for instance, had been discovered by a team led by Gottfried and Lisa Meitner in Berlin in 1938. Various experiments were initiated by the Nazis to develop a nuclear weapon. Some of these focused on a nuclear reactor, while an atomic occupied Norway. On August 9, Roosevelt in Washington, Leo Szilard, and Albert Einstein, alerting the U.S. government to the threat by these experiments. Little effort was made to respond to the U.S. into considering the technical war, but this all under the development program 1942, with the ultimate aim of development. The name comes simply from the fact that the team of individuals who were in charge of the wider project had their first headquarters where they met in 1942. The island of Manhattan. Eventually, it grew from 1942 onwards to 130,000 people across the country. They worked from various elements of the project in many states and regions. And Leo's 1930 program were charged with producing plutonium and uranium as a raw material for any future nuclear weapon. And a similar project was underway in Tennessee. There were even teams of individuals fighting under the rubric of the Manhattan Project in carrying out the Nazi deal. The team of the Manhattan Project as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory in New Mexico. He was very near not taking this position. The individual who was Major General Leslie Groves, household name today, but he has the distinction of having been in charge of both the Manhattan Project, which created the first nuclear weapon, of the U.S. military and Department of Defense. Oppenheimer were candidates as part of the Manhattan, favoring the idea of appointing a team of some of the most eminent minds of the day. He was eventually persuaded that Oppenheimer had a track record of getting the best out of people. He contacted Oppenheimer, and after interviewing him, came to the conclusion that he was well for the post. In the weeks of the early winter of the pursuit of the establishment of research somewhere remote and away from any urban centers, where secrecy and nuclear would be tested in due course, school, so that at some degree of autonomy hiring and firing as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. Although there would be more hiring than firing, there were well over 5,000 people employed at Los Alamos, far more than Oppenheimer had initially anticipated. The team that Oppenheimer assembled at Los Alamos in the 18th century. One was John Hasbrouck Van Vleck, a physicist and mathematician who had with Oppenheimer subsequently awarded a Nobel Prize in 1977 for his work on electronic magnetism. Van Vleck made significant contributions to the gun design, which would be used with Oppenheimers from Berkeley, Robert Zerber, and organizing physicists that was being named the bombs used in the first test explosion, as well as against Japan, as thin boys from detective novels. Was a Nobel Prize in 1967. He was central to calculating the critical mass of the bombs designed at Los Alamos. Finally, Edward Teller was a Hungarian-born Jew who was recruited to the Los Alamos Laboratory. He had studied in Germany around the same time as Oppenheimer in the late 1920s. But had subsequently immigrated to the United States. Teller had already formed his reactor center in Chicago, arguably Oppenheimer's closest colleague at Los Alamos. Beyond these were hundreds of other engineers, metallurgists, at Los Alamos about physicists and other engineers and scientists was daunting. When they assembled at Los Alamos, they had work on other than a theoretical knowledge of how nuclear chain reaction could be produced. But what must be remembered is when we know what a nuclear looks like and the destruction results in, is that Oppenheimer and his colleagues at Los Alamos were not just trying to build a nuclear weapon, but also to predict what would happen when one exploded. Experiment theoretical speculation throughout 1943 and 1944. Throughout it all, Oppenheimer worked exhaustively, as Hans years being the main point was a decisive factor. He could acquaint himself with the essential details of every part of the work. He did not intuitive step, yet arduous work that took a toll on his health. Always a thin person with the work in New Mexico, 80 pounds. Eventually, weighing was 100. Los Alamos began to focus in man. This was a plutonium gun-type weapon, which would work more like an artillery gun to detonate, rather than an implosion-type bomb. The research into producing this is complex from a logistical perspective, with the polonium, which was used in the initiator, having to be obtained at a separate part of the Manhattan Project, or at more cost the government to a speed over 3,200 kilometers per hour, or else the ignition would begin before the rest of the mechanics of the bomb were ready for a successful explosion, undoing of the thin man line. As it was realized during the course of 1944 that the gun barrel needed to produce this speed would be far too large to be a bomb of a kind which comported on board the newly designed, which were to be used bomb developed by the US government, along with issues relating to the plutonium in a gun-type bomb, saw the thin man design abandoned in April 1944. With the abandonment of deploying of the scientists and engineers who had been working on it to another design called Little Boy. This was a simplified gun fission bomb. Unlike the thin man, it was intended that uranium-235 used in studying the exploding progress, as it was known, would use plutonium. Was designed as an implosion-type bomb. The design team for it was led by an American physicist by the name of Seth Neddermeyer. Oppenheimer continued to favor the gun-type design, even as the man was being furthered during 1943 and 1944. Oppenheimer's brazier at Los Alamos is the Syrian-born mathematician viewed that it has very remote tests at Los Alamos and to try to solve the problem of how to cast, but this was eventually overcome when a plutonium gallium alloy was devised, one which was pressed into spheres and coated with nickel. The design process was nearing completion. As 1945 dawned at Los Alamos, Oppenheimer's team both the design of the Little Boy and the Bad Man. Consequently, there were two nuclear weapons. In the end, both would be completed at roughly as design problems were worked spring of 19 uranium and Washington State and Tennessee. The latter were enormous undertaking the technology available for the Manhattan Project, as it was extremely time-consuming to enrich these to become fissile substances in the mid-1940s. Other elements to be resolved were engineering problems for the most part. For instance, the fan was being assembled using a huge array of approximately 1,500 explosions in 1944, an impractical amount in order technical issues concern how the bomb would descend when dropped from a height. And throughout 1944 and 1945, tests were done to assess how a bomb of the size and structure of the fat man and little boy through the air. All of this came together during the spring of 1945. And by mid-summer, Oppenheimer was able to deliver the Manhattan Project. Major General Leslie Groves, the news. The Trinity test was carried out in Mexico on the 16th of July by Spanner, that he religious 15th century English poet John Donne, around the time that he came up with the name. The device which would be used during the test was on using plutonium and of an implosion type. For the purposes of the test, the bomb in question was christened the Gadget. In order for the test to be carried out safely, Chosen, which was highest entirely unpopulated and otherwise isolated. There was only one building on the proposed Rust site, the McDonald Ranch, by the McDonald family, after over the region, under the remit of the Manhattan Project. The test was a carefully planned thing, and it cost millions of dollars use in today's money. Such were the torturous methods involved in plutonium at the time. Much hinged on its success, as great at the time. He didn't want to explain to a congressional committee why he had blown up plutonium in the desert for no reason. The Trinity test was the July established in 3 places to the north side, each approximately 9 kilometers away from bomb would be detonated. Goggles were provided to prevent against harmful ultraviolet wavelengths, while the distance was considered safe enough in terms of the radioactive half-life, which would be reduced. Many of the observers that morning were scientists and included Oppenheimer, Teller, Bater, Enrico Fermi, and John von Neumann. Some believed that the bomb would not work, equivalent to 20. This was the sad group. The observers, kilometers away, did not hear the immense noise from the shockwave of 40 seconds after the detonation. But by that time, they were witnessing a growing fireball which changed purple to white. Then it coalesced into a mushroom cloud, one which eventually spiraled 12 kilometers. Explosion was felt nearly 100 kilometers away. Those at the observation shelters, kilometers away, later collected that there was a brief immense heat, like they were standing in front of an open oven for a few seconds momentarily, and the bomb detonated. Oppenheimer's supposed words as he watched the Trinity test explosion have become one which was written in the second half of the first millennium BC, the title of which approximates reality. Oppenheimer never said this. Instead, recording the event 20 years later, At another line, stated, if the radiance of 1,000 suns were burst at once into the earth, the sobering moment shot Oppenheimer all too clear with the matter of weeks. To suggest an invasion of the Japanese islands would be the US government had calculated President Roosevelt's death in office in mid-April 1940. That evening, Oppenheimer was triumphant and seemed to Nazis in Germany. However, this was gave way occasion utilized enormously. Today, most analysts of the events of August 1945 tend to take the same view as Oppenheimer and his colleagues did. The use of the first bomb in Hiroshima was somewhat justifiable, though Japanese to surrender lives, archipelago, more broadly, Oppenheimer has carried out as part of the Manhattan Project during the war have been questioned. There are two sides to this. On the one hand, the developmental threat is survival in modern times, but on the other hand, the nuclear deterrent has ensured that the world's superpowers and large states have avoided major wars ever since 1945. For centuries, are becoming more antagonistic and destabilized during the 21st century. With the end of the war, within American was at an unprecedented academic circles to lead Berkeley and head host. To take up a position as director of the Institute for Advanced Studies of Fellows became a center. He continued the methods he developed in California in the 1930s. facilities. Producing Oppenheimer, choosing to write and publish in Princeton, became the United States in the 50s. Many of the important physicists of the second half of the 20th century are now a Japanese American who, into discovering the spontaneous broken sim in subatomic physics, and Al Mann, who won a Nobel Prize in 1969 for his work on particles. As well as his work at Princeton, was membership of the newly established Atomic Energy Commission by the United Nations, itself a newly created body designed to foster world peace in the aftermath. The Energy Commission charged with regulating the proliferation of nuclear such weapons before other nations were trying to develop them. Oppenheimer and several of his former Manhattan Project central to efforts in 1986 and 1947 to establish restrictions on nuclear proliferation, which are still in force today. As the first chairman of the Commission to Nuclear Arms Race between the United States and the Soviet Union in the context of the developing Cold War, but these efforts were in vain, and a major nuclear arms race developed once the Soviets conducted their first successful test of a nuclear weapon in 1949. As news of the Soviet acquirement of a nuclear weapon reached the US in 1949, debate began within the government of President Harry Truman about the development of a hydrogen or thermonuclear bomb, a far more powerful nuclear weapon than the atomic bombs which had been developed under the rubric of the Manhattan Project and used against Japan in 1945. Oppenheimer and a great many other scientists who had contributed to the work at the Los Alamos Laboratory between 1942 and 1945 were opposed to such a measure, arguing that such a weapon could nuclear much of life landed. In their petition to the government in late 1949, they stated that the extreme danger to mankind inherent in the proposal to develop thermonuclear weapons wholly outweighs any the new program 250. Nearly 3 years later, in 1950, I in life, as the bomb was heading into the era of mutually assured destruction. As much as he had been absolutely central to the Manhattan Project, in the United States, acting as a fifth column for the Soviet Union within America, but this soon gave way to tense and unfounded paranoia about the motives following the Russian Revolution of 1917 gathered pace for the late 1940s, most intense between 1950 and 1954. As Senator Joseph him to join a number of left-wing progressive movements at a time seen as Soviet Union other Republicans against the nationalists in the Spanish Civil War. It should be noted, however, that Oppenheimer never actually joined the Communist Party. Close to him were active members, including Jean Tatlock, with whom he was involved romantically from 1936 onwards. His wife, which Robert was involved in, Union also considered radical in the 30s and 1950s civil rights movement, which emigration after nearly ensured that Oppenheimer was viewed with some suspicion by the authorities. A development which was compounded by his father's throughout America's involvement in the Second World War, a bizarre period during which he was one of the most senior figures involved in the Manhattan Project. But the FBI simultaneously had a file open on him. These issues, Oppenheimer was forced to testify before the House Un-American Activities Committee about his political associations. He admitted to ties to the Communist Party and many official members of the party, but stated he had never been a member himself. Not much more came of the interrogation at this juncture, but 4 years later, in the early winter of 1953, the accusations against Oppenheimer were resurrected, and on this occasion, the FBI were convinced, wrongly as it turns out, that Oppenheimer was a Soviet asset operating within the US. Such was the level of paranoia which pertained within America at the time of the Second Red Scare. In mid-December 1953, Oppenheimer's security clearance for the US government was revoked, and he was advised to resign from his government positions. This Oppenheimer refused to do, and demanded a hearing, one which was held behind closed doors in the late spring of 1954. During this, Oppenheimer was completely undermined by his old colleague Edward Teller, who testified that he had found Oppenheimer's behavior questionable at times during his time as director of the Los Alamos Laboratory. With this betrayal, Oppenheimer was stripped of his security clearance, cast into the political and social wilderness in the mid-hearing and the revocation of Oppenheimer. The reaction within that community was mixed. Most of his colleagues defended Oppenheimer, but the bureaucrats and ran the American universities were often less sanguine, cancelling lectures. Oppenheimer's own confidence was dented, and he refrained from overt Einstein. He spent an since become known. Awareness at home in America that the second red scare of any kind with the Soviets. Accordingly, President F. Kennedy moved to rehabilitate Oppenheimer by awarding him Enrico Fermi previously worked at the Los Alamos in 1962, a welcome acknowledgement. Red Scare. In Princeton on the 8th. He was 62 years of age. While he did, and many Phillips, Edward Teller, who testified against Oppenheimer, was hearing in 1954. Was by given his extensive accomplishments. But Albert Einstein, who published over 300 scientific papers during his lifetime, and many books later in his life, awarded for a lifetime's work of scientific accomplishment. Einstein won his primarily for his work work on the photoelectric effect. Hence, not to have warranted about Roy's individual contributions, speculated that his work on gravitational collapse was worth one. His primary accomplishments throughout his career lay in collaborative work and overseeing team. His research and work between the 1920s and 1960s added substantially to our understanding of the universe, notably the manner in which the Born-Oppenheimer observation transformed our understanding of molecular whatever the existential and moral implications this research was considered necessary. Surely remembered as one of the great science times. What do you think of Robert Oppenheimer? Was he the most significant individual involved in the Manhattan Project? And should he have been awarded? Thank you very much for watching. as Nikola Tesla, was born on the 10th July 1856 in Smiljanka, which was originally part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but is now located in Croatia. His father was Milutin Tesla, a priest of the Serbian Order, the son of Nikola Tesla's father, who was also named Nikola. His grandfather, a military officer, whose mother, respected colonel. Professor of mathematics at the military academy in Path, enrolling in the Orthodox seminary in Plasky to train as a priest after being castigated in training for not maintaining the shininess of his brows. Nikola Tesla's mother which he often modified to make more efficient. He was order, according to Tesla, and creative influence on him until her death in 1892. Milutin Tesla was honored in 1845-1847 to oversee the parish of Senyi on the Adriatic. The newlywed started the family, with Juka giving birth to their eldest son, Dane, in 1840. Batavian horse, so that he could be his the Turkish Pasha local Muslims, runs being an extremely smart man who assembled a vast library packed full of volumes on religion, science, to many tongues. The regiment sheep, and other livestock, which his father kept. Joined by him, phenomenon that would define his life's now a halo of light surrounded his dear cat, despite much of his energy as his mother's inventive so would later even decide of a wooden sword. Came across a novel called Abafi, published in 1836 by Hungarian author Miklos Yoshika, which featured the story of Oliver Su and against the nebulous visions that assaulted his consciousness, the world of his imagination began strange journeys where he would stumble across fantastic things that he dreamed up. That untamed imagination that would later serve him so well in his profession. He began theorizing about the nature of reality itself, or he either saw, smelled, and he spotted a building, the Real Gymnasium, the grammar school he attended in Gosford, pursued science, justification, disputes that were so extremely poor, his father had to speak, which is still
version. He gave up on his throughout recuperation. Tesla began voraciously reading, and it was during this period that he was used to the tales of Mark Twain, or he would later reburst. Hearing it, Nikola Tesla the Higher Real Gymnasium in Karlov in 1873, where he knew the family profession. He was enlisted in class. Tesla's true desire, electricity, passion, ignite teacher, and a British scientist Crookes. A device that powered bulb with energy produced by four rapidly on hold after it upon home to be bedridden for over 9 months and to experience several close shaves with death. After one particularly worrying incident, Tesla supposedly implored his father that if he that he Tesla would have Austrian forces for 3 years, for 9 months, starting at the early fall of 1870. Tesla returned. His father had kept his promise to study for 3 years at technical school in Graz, Austria. Receiving a Tesla left Kosovich to start anew in a completely different Hungarian freshman year. Never one from 3 a.m. was thought so extreme that one professor wrote to Milutin, warning him that unless his son was escorted out of the school, that he might work himself to death, while ideal, such as the Dean Tesla, as his quote, a star of first rank. In fact, Tesla was keeping himself very busy, administering his earliest experiments with alternating current, or AC, that would later make his name. But during his sophomore year, Tesla would be sidetracked, developing a destructive gambling habit and wagering away his entire tuition fund in the process. Near destitute, Tesla had neglected his studies. scoring extremely poorly in the examinations, and with no marks registered for his finals, also unable to graduate, and was forced to abandon the university in December 1878. A failure he made sure to keep secret from his family as well as his classmates, as he was riddled with guilt and embarrassment. In 1879, Tesla would live for a while in self-imposed exile, first making his way to the city of Maribor, where he became a draftsman and was paid. While in his free time, he continued to play cards and wager money on the streets with the locals. Yet Tesla's Slovenian sojourn would be short-lived, as a couple of months into his stay, he was seized by the authorities from possessing and returned to Gospic. Police back home. Tesla's father would not get much time to set his son to to start courses in Prague, despite Tesla not meeting the language requirement, which specified late, and was unable to enroll in classes. And so, for the entire time, Tesla was only permitted to attend lectures and receive no formal grades. In 1881, Nikola Tesla's first job for a telecommunication called the American Telephone Company, where he was drafted as an electrical engineer by Theodore Puskas, who previously worked alongside Thomas Edison, the inventor of some laboratories in Menlo Park, making himself his findings with his work colleague Anita Alston, creation to work with A2, and solved the rotating magnetic field problem, going on to explain the concept of the induction motor to his friend by drawing its basic blueprints in the sand with a stick, and outlining a new type of engine that, unlike its DC counterpart, device. An inefficient cylinder with metal. Yes, Theodore Bush converted mechanical, which was usually in direct current circuits. Clock, however, Tesla continued to advance theory in Strasbourg. At first, however, Tesla was unable to garner any serious interest in alternating currents. This was a result today as a better current electricity systems in the late 1970s consistently sends electricity in one direction along an electric grid. Alternating current by way of contrast periodically reverses direction along a course system as its magnitude alternately reverses alternate current paying all of his wages simply, yet he had done it in his stint at the company to impress his overseer, who was convinced that Tesla had the intellectual merit. He was put to work improving the DC motor Tesla envisioned. Would become a lifelong rivalry. Forced to develop an invention he had no belief in, Tesla became disillusioned. The witnesses of DC and championing the advantages of AC, pointing out the inefficiency of Edison's direct current, which only dimly lit lamps, proposing instead that phase of huge support very power long AC using transformer substations. These reduce the AC voltage over a given distance. Once the AC power reaches its destination, such as a home, the AC power is used to direct electrical convert AC power to DC by diodes within the appliances. Electrical current to flow in one direction, thus ensuring the electric light company, Robert Lane, was certain that the alternating current was the future. From succeeding fearful that AC was too risky, he ejected Tesla from its own company that same year, forcing him to eke out a living for the majority of 1880 mistakes. In 1886, Alfred Hendon had this electric company based in Manhattan, New York. He finalized the designs of the polyphase inductor, unveiling it to the 1888 in the landmark paper to the American of Electrical Engineers in this prototype, convinced Tesla's groundbreaking invention could power America. Westinghouse purchased manager of a Pennsylvania to try to use his resources to sway public opinion in his favor. And despite the evidence showing that AC was so long distance, he issued a number of articles in the biggest publications warning of the dangers of the alternating current, and was unable, however, to convince his largest benefactor of the superiority of DC. At Wall Street, Wolf John Pierpont in 1892 merged Edison General focused Thomas Houston Company, removed Edison's name to create General Electric, and switched entirely to current instruments. With Edison's sideline, alternating current emerged as of for the currents, as Westinghouse increased his annual turnover from $800,000 in 1887 to $4.2 million in 1890, while Tesla was paid around $105,000 in royalties by the end of the year, who officially became a U.S. citizen in July 1891, but established two personal laboratories in New York, situated at South Fifth Avenue and East Houston Street. On the other hand, dividend checks would come after Westinghouse disarray. Plans to expand the company by borrowing heavily, falling through in November 1890 after the collapse of engineers to a flabbergasted crowd. Were amazed at the ways was the same year. Tesla's company achieved its greatest accomplishment to date. After lighting up the Chicago venue entirely with alternating current at Yale universities, as well as the Elliott Crescent Medal by the Franklin Institute. More good news followed after the Tesla Electric Company was contracted to build the an important step for the budget includes no scientific tools and photographs. from his New York laboratory on South Fifth Avenue. It's at an 18 exhibition at Madison Square Gardens, where he demonstrated a he had created a system for transmitting electrical energy. Between 1899 and 1900, after being commissioned by John Jacob Astor to assemble a new lighting system contract worth $100,000, Tesla relocated to Colorado Springs, where his completely. Which read, quote, "Abandon hope," or he Tesla first discovered that he had fed by a power source situated 26 miles of phenomena. He was even able to produce man-made light. Tesla noted that the discovery of electromagnetic waves, they interacted with the Earth, had far-reaching implications. It had the potential to distance without the need for could one-day electrical power. Tesla's ideas, funded by investors J.P. Morgan, believed it to market his inventions for profit, and were only prepared to fund research which would garner a return on their investments. It would be the all-powerful market the irregularity of the beats as a sign that they were being manipulated. In January 19, still some who believed him by the notion of an intergalactic ring. Martians first published in 1890 of a book called Blast, penned by the American astronomer first Tesla's supporters pointed out that he may establish contact with aliens from the Red Planet. Nevertheless, scientists are studying Tesla's neck, eager to keep his vow to wirelessly communicate with Paris by 1900 to enormous equipment. Tesla first approached his own house, declined to become involved, but loaned him the necessary machine. majority of the project came from the coffers of Wall Street. 51% stake of the inventors' payments and back in the biggest in the world. Nikola Tesla shot his rival Marconi, who in December 1901 telegraphy by the world's press after a report triumphantly that he had sent transatlantic signal sent by colleague the interview and he designed to create a worldly system, a cutting-edge communication array similar to the World Wide Web of 1990s, in which individual receivers would pick up messages and news broadcast by Tesla pictured several exclusive and to assess the enterprise news was too risky and appraisal not shared by Tesla, who sold $33,000 to realize his dream. Faced with loans for the equipment, as well as another bill from the phone company who had installed the speed, Tesla struggled financially. Extend the coverage of his system. It could be detected as far away as Austin failed to persuade Morgan, who in July 1903 half years, Tesla had failed to fulfill his pledge to provide a transatlantic system in 6 to 8 months, and the Pacific branch a year later. Yet others have found Morgan abandoned Wardenclyffe because he was worried that Tesla was going to make the energy completely free for every deprive his firm of lucrative paycheck. Another interpretation recently less confidence in the wireless industry, which had been who had stolen investor money which had a major contract U.S. Navy by February 1903, supplying device transmitters. To this, mulling over electrical engineering continued to have no luck attractive public opinion against him, with the once celebrated genius now might fulfill his promises. Determined to restore his credibility to investors, putting out a commercial product, Tesla developed to sell small Tesla coils to laboratories around the country via a company called Terrestrial. Instead of lighting, politely refused to get involved. By early 1904, Tesla was hiring out his services as a consultant and had embarked on a new project that aimed to harness the power of Niagara Falls in partnership with the businessman Rankin. Tesla's real desire was always to restart minds, while in others, Tesla desperately scribbled emotional outbursts to crop fair treatment. Struggling to get the ordinary tower functioning, Tesla was in a dark place and began spiraling into a true nervous breakdown after the untimely death of his business associate Rankin and the collapse of Canadian Niagara Power in the fall of 1905. A man who was always fascinated with human psychology, in the 1920s, Tesla shared his experience of emotional collapse with author George Sylvester Viereck in a well-publicized book on Freudian theory, explaining how, in his delirium, he was haunted by images of his deceased brother, as well as their mother. As a valuable asset, he switched his focus from electrical to mechanical engineering, delving into the science of flight in a bid to raise money so that he could continue his work at Wardenclyffe, which in 19 due to lack of funds, he had to join owner of the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where Tesla lived for many years. The result was the invention of a bike that worked without blades. But Tesla's control, who refused to invest in the idea in 1902 at the Waterside Station in New York, still daydreaming about restarting his research into wireless power. He approached the son of J.P. Morgan, Jack, in 1913, interested in his turbine as $50,000 instead of using it, or trying to persuade Sigma, a Germany's project which was discontinued after the outbreak of World War I. Over the next personal wealth began to assess his actions such as Alice Chalmers in Milwaukee and the Bud Company in Philadelphia. But he was unable to fix a recurring problem that was the ability to secure funding for any of his pursuits. And his penchant for led to the near emptying of his bank accounts, and from 1916 he was forced to file for bankruptcy. Tesla admitted that his monthly income was no more than 300. After declaring he was unable to pay $935 taxes to the New York Treasury. Though he was ruin, Tesla launched a lawsuit against Marty, remains the official owner for the time being. Decision later overturned by the Supreme Court in 1943, only a few months after the livings, and registered several improvements in oil speedometers and flow meter licensed to Waltham Watch Company in 1918, way to sell scientifically built speedometers, despite Tesla's still kept the gravitas. Tesla's opinions and thoughts still got much press interest, such as in presaging the end of radar technology in the 1930s. He forecast that microwave radiation could be employed to detect ships. In the midst of his financial troubles, Tesla still had his admirers in physics, and now but when he was presented at the awards ceremony, it was instead given to William H. Bragg and his son, as Tesla refused to share the award with his nemesis, nor had he forgiven the Institute Marconi as the pioneer of radio communication after they had awarded him the same accolade. Years later, in 1917, however, Tesla's individual efforts would be recognized of it to seize, to turn. Cars and trains would stop. Our towns would be dark. And our mills would be idle and dead. It's not marks and in the advance of science. Yet Tesla cared very little for the decoration. Opting to leave the Engineers Club when the award ceremony took place, shortly the friend the faculty he received in 1925 for failing to pay 9 geocentric reclusions in Bryan, one end of the park. Nikola Tesla Corner now honors his name. However, 5th birthday in 1931, Nikola Tesla was suddenly back in the spotlight, appearing on, and thanks to the efforts of a young science writer called Einstein's theory of relativity. Now he was unconvinced that a split atom, as well as espousing the possibility of interplanetary communications in a conversation he enjoyed so much that every year thereafter, Tesla would organize a press conference due to a number of personal progress. For example, in 1932, he informed the general public about his desire to build a motor propelled by cosmic rays, and in 1996 he took an exercise 5 years old. The 1934 party was in the process of creating a particle beam weapon, claiming in the New York Times that it could send concentrated beams of particles through the free air of such tremendous energy that they will bring down distance of 250 miles. The concept of nuclear stalemate believed his laser beam could end war completely, since it was so devastating that every conceivable defensive measure would be useless sound to produce devastating projectiles. The product never gets off the ground. As by 1935, Telco working with DeVos himself as a from Tesla and trying to get him involved in an illegal arms deal was still able to use the Ferrari that surrounded him to his $1,000 to the managed government. Would explode if improperly handled, resulting in terrified staff depositing it at the back end of the hotel vault. The laser beam also came to the attention of the international community, and Tesla soon found himself entering negotiations with the UK government and even the Soviet Union. Would start to disintegrate in January 1938 after the British concluded negotiations with Tesla. What occurred in 1940 after he was left empty-handed. Subsisting on a meager diet of boiled vegetable supplements. And by 1942, he was spending the majority 19th century, at when the Balkans was very far from the center of technological and industrial development, and formed part of country at the time. Despite these impediments, he made enormous breakthroughs. In a wide range of different fields, including renewable technology, small includes Galileo, Thomas Edison, and Albert Einstein, whose lives were writings of Shakespeare, although he later lost interest in them. He was also fascinated by the idea of travel and enjoyed reading works which depicted adventure and foreign lands. Charles's interest in science stemmed both from his readings and from the activities of family members. His brother's interest in chemistry led him to construct a makeshift lab in their garden shed, and his uncle excitedly instructed Charles on the operation of a barometer. His fascination with fauna was augmented on family trips, such as those which the Darwins made to the Welsh coast, but which Charles were not always the same. In his home, Charles performed with average success at school and however, which Darwin expressed his opposition to. Comfort, writing that he often suffered from a great thirst, and that the seemingly endless riding had caused him to feel incredibly tired. He was also plagued by mosquitoes, and reported that the jaguars which inhabited the surrounding forests failure. On the 12th of May, 1830, Eagle set out on her final trip south and crossed into the Pacific Ocean on the 9th of June, eventually reaching Valparaiso in Chile at the end of July. From here, Darwin trekked the Andes and was able to observe the differences in flora and fauna, which correlated with their altitude. Likely to be Chagas disease, such as his lethargy and heart problems. He reported in his letters home that he experienced great periods of illness and that he had suffered from blackouts from Darwin. Geological expert 10,000 regions, traveling some 450 miles to the north. That he did not realize the implications of his observation, writing that when I see these islands in sight of each other and possessed of but a scanty stock of animals, tenanted birds, slightly structure in the same place in nature, I must suspect this archipelago for a further 4 weeks, from which it sailed south and making use of the work that we, one of its included, in which he wrote, so not only that such similarities developed through such a varied pathway, noting that it seemed as if had come by the same product through an entirely different process. The beagle soon sensed reflected on the majesty of the untouched journey and the power of nature, which he had been able to discover undefaced. As a naturalist, once he had returned home, Darwin which he wrote extensively. Humboldt was impressed with Darwin's work and praised his writing on by the time that he had returned from his that underwent a convective process of change and adaptation. He further theorized species, and just over a year later, he had recorded what he now called the theory of natural selection. Darwin documented the thought process that led to his theory in his notebooks. He began from an observation that sexual reproduction leads to greater variation in a species than does asexual or parthenogenic reproduction. Darwin noted that through reproduction, offspring within a species had differences from one another and from their parents, which can be referred to as random variation. These differences themselves did not appear to be directed toward any environmental advantage or design and were random, sometimes inhibiting the capacity of the organism to live, and other times enhancing it. A variation could, over a period of time, become ubiquitous amongst a population of offspring if it provided an advantage in life. Those within the species suited to a set would live and pass these characteristics on to their own offspring, leading an entire population within a certain area to bear the variations. Much of Darwin's theory on establishing of species which are diverse. Of the great differences he had by the potency of seeds evidently how selective nature. In relation on the 3rd of October, find the mystery of selection, explaining the preservation of useful variation and the disappearance of much of the remainder of Darwin's professional life was of natural selection as an explanatory theory for the modern natural world, and worked hard to document it in nature. Darwin also had other methods of and female chit-chat. He eventually erred on the side of marriage and entertained the joys which would come with it, before concluding, marry, 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 QED. Darwin evidently also had it in mind on his list, and proposed to Emma Wedgwood soon afterwards, and on the 11th of November 1838, the two were engaged to be married. Darwin and Emma departed on a week's holiday from London, after which they moved into a townhouse at 12 Upper Gower Street on New Year's Day 1839. Indeed, it started well for Darwin, and he was appointed a member of the Royal Society on the 24th of January. Before his wedding, the couple remained in London to make a change village of Down. Biologists were regular guests at Down House, lovingly of the rural isolation of the place and the solace which it afforded him to conduct experiments, read, and spend time with his family and close friends. On December 1839, William, the first of 10 Darwin children, was born. William was of great ethic, and he kept detailed record of his own and his activities, including the ways in which he developed and adapted. Darwin was, by all accounts, a loving and devoted father, who dedicated time in playing with and helping his children. He was very concerned with their health, but afforded them great freedom. Down House was a perfect environment in which Darwin could continue his research, and he stored vast amounts of information from his studies there, specimens and notes, as well as letters and documents that he had received from around the world, with information from experts and naturalists across the globe. Despite the joys of family, Down House, and his advancing scientific work, Darwin was plagued by illness from 1837 until the time that he died in 1882. When his father died, he was too ill to attend the funeral procession, and the dinner held after a scientific presentation could rob him of strength for a number of days. Darwin also suffered from a great deal of self-doubt, which he had surrounding the potency of his own theory of evolution, refusing to publish his findings until he had collected a wealth of evidence which he could use to overwhelm any potential critics. Originally intended to be a short essay, Darwin drafted for a 230-page long work in which he outlined his theory and provided an incredible barrage of evidence for it. He had intended to keep the work to himself, although was encouraged by Hooker and Lyell, who were impressed and urged him to make his findings public. One of the major motives for Darwin's eventual decision to go public with his findings was a letter from Alfred Wallace, in which Wallace posited precisely the theory that Darwin had developed and asked him for comment. Darwin did not wish to rob Wallace of what was perfectly legitimate independent discovery and arranged to have his findings published alongside Wallace's in a joint paper. It was this product that was presented before the Linnaean Society on the 1st of July 1858 and later published in the Society Journal. After this presentation, Darwin was motivated to more fully explain his own theory and findings, and did so in the form of The Origin of Species, which he managed to complete in the remarkably short period of 13 months. He would go on to write 10 further books, all of which laid out his position and provided evidence. And in doing so, he changed mankind's perception of the natural world in a profound manner. There are several reasons why Darwin waited such a long time to formally present his findings. He was greatly concerned with ensuring that he provided a mass of evidence to back up his claims, and was sidetracked somewhat by his work with barnacles, work which led him to investigate their reproductive processes, and which showed him the significant phenotypes which developed. One of the major forces that influenced Darwin to produce and publish his Origin of Species was undoubtedly the influence of Wallace, and it is important that his work be remembered alongside that of Darwin as research which revolutionized biology. Once it had been produced and published, The Origin of Species was a hit. The first edition sold out on day one, and the subsequent editions which were drafted and produced were in great demand. The book itself was thoughtful and well organized, presenting the basis of the theory of evolution alongside a wealth of evidence which covered all major areas of known biology. Darwin also tracked the evolutionary development of several organisms and investigated how organs had become specialized to their roles, how some species had become extinct, and forecasted the explosion of the human population. One of the reasons for the success of the work was the review it received from the noted zoologist Thomas Henry Huxley, who praised the work and exclaimed how extremely stupid not to have thought that. Several other highly influential scientists endorsed Darwin's work, including Hooker, Lyell, and Canon Tristram, the zoologist of the Bible. However, Darwin encountered much criticism as well as praise for his work, and was roundly attacked by writers such as Philip Goss, who asserted in his book Omphalos that the world had been created by God in the way that it now appeared. In other words, that nothing had changed since the world had been created. His book fell flat. Other critics attacked Darwin on a scientific basis. Adam Sedgwick argued that he had abandoned the accepted scientific method as it had been formed under Francis Bacon, and another dangerous opponent was presented in the form of Richard Owen, an anatomist and paleontologist who attacked The Origin of Species in a lengthy review, which Darwin himself stated was malignant and clever. Religious opposition to Darwin was furious, and he was accused by Henry the botanist that the threat he had posed to the doctrine of the creation was so powerful that The Origin of Species had made Darwin the most dangerous man in England. Tensions on this matter came to a head during a notable debate at the British Association in Oxford, during which Bishop Wilberforce attacked the theory of evolution, which was successfully and effectively defended by Huxley, who was at the height of his power. Indeed, Huxley remained a staunch defender of Darwin, and at a later public encounter with Bishop Wilberforce was reported to have informed the bishop that he would rather have a name for an ancestor than a man who used his reason and intellect to attack those seeking the truth. The incident apparently caused an audience member to faint, and Huxley's following scientific arguments, combined with this comment, led Wilberforce to silence. Darwin later jested to Huxley, "How durst you attack a live bishop in that fashion?" Similar battles were fought between scientists and preachers across the world. In the US, Germany, and Russia, exchanges were held publicly between scientists and their opponents, bringing academics such as Ernst Haeckel to the fore, in a position similar to that of Huxley. Darwin attracted political as well as scientific attention. Karl Marx repeatedly tried to dedicate his book Das Kapital to Darwin, although this was rejected on numerous occasions. Darwin was later honored with a statue in the Soviet Union, which was used in part to spearhead a rejection of religious ideology. After 1859, Darwin published 10 biological works, 6 of which were engaged with particular botanical problems, dealing with questions concerning devices for securing cross-pollination, as well as the operation of climbing plants. One concerned earthworms and their effect on the natural environment, and the other 3 concerned themselves with evolutionary biology. Many of these later works were designed to augment and complement the theory that he had presented in The Origin of Species, although they also contained some odd digressions into theories of sexual selection. The first of these was the variation of animals and plants under domestication. In this work, Darwin turned his attention to the significant variation which existed amongst domestic animals and included dogs, cats, and foals, examining and analyzing the variation which they exhibited. He maintained from this his original conclusion that evolution was a slow process which relied not upon sharp variance between members of a population, but on small, incremental differences which became increasingly potent in a species over a long period of time. Later in his life, Darwin presented the theory of pangenesis, which was his attempt to examine and explain the ways through which characteristics were transferred between members of a species. He posited that something called gametes were transferred between beings through sexual reproduction, a theory which was, of course, erroneous, but which was nonetheless a valiant attempt to account for inheritance in the absence of any knowledge of DNA. Following his variations, Darwin worked on a new book, The Descent of Man, in which he sought to powerfully reject the idea that man had descended from Adam and Eve, and posited rather that they had developed over a great period of time through the process of natural selection. Darwin asserted that humans had descended from a form of ape-like primate, which may have originated in Africa, a theory which remains highly supported by more recent research conducted by academics, as his assertion that humans had were the product of a period of evolutionary development which had been concurrent to that of humans. Darwin led his investigation with an examination of the similarities of humans and apes, and noted the similarity and operation of some organs and musculature, as well as the similarity in brain structure. He also noted several vestigial characteristics in humans, such as the embryonic formation of a vestigial tail, and that some humans possessed what later became known as Darwin's point, which manifests as a thickening of the helix at the tip of the human ear, an evolutionary trait connected to the pointed ear tips of several primates. Darwin also emphasized an advanced emotional maturity, which manifested itself in reason, imagination, and sense of morality. Besides that, whilst recognizable as a distant embodiment of human-like intellect, that of mankind was doubtless greater. Darwin also dedicated a great deal of the descent of man to the topic of sexual selection. and argued that much of the struggle in nature, mammals attempted to win out another for sexual engagement through physical combat, which enabled them to reflect shows of strength. He argued as well that for many species, the size of the determining factor in the sexual freedoms, including this as a significant factor in the mating behavior of animals such as the sea elephant, sometimes called the elephant seal. In birds, Darwin argued preferences and choices for members of a given species were more honed by visual displays. Male species were more brightly colored than females, and their mating behavior often commenced with a dance or visual ritual, which enabled the male to display their feathers and plumes to a female. Darwin noted this behavior was particularly significant for birds. Some of these ideas have since been discredited, such as Darwin's general assertion that animals were polygamous. We now know that many birds engage in monogamous relationships, and there have since been biological distinctions made between social and sexual monogamy, which Darwin confused with one another. Indeed, we now also know that colored plumage on birds often acts to defend territory and intimidate attackers, as much as, if not to a greater extent, than it serves in determining sexual relationships. These omissions informed Darwin's further general assertion that sexual reproduction within a species was almost solely determined by the choice of the female in sexual partners. Has since been described was almost always made by men, who he argued would choose a female and facial structure. He indicated that many fashions attempted to augment desirable characteristics among letter to a friend that he believed his Darwin was buried in Westminster Abbey and was carried to his grave. Several other notable Darwin was notable in his life for many things. The fact that a man with no formal scientific training would complete a voyage as testing as that undertaken on the Beagle, to then introduce one of the most powerful and influential models of biological development in human history, as well as a wealth of other botanical, paleontological, and geological theories which were groundbreaking in their own right, was truly remarkable. And he is today celebrated as the father of numerous scientific branches. The influence of Darwin's central theory of evolution cannot be overstated. The disruption this had on biological, scientific, religious, and social and truly significant across the world today. And he is often celebrated as a paladin of and scientific finding. Darwin was characterized in great part by his humility, his dedication to his self-appointed task of scientific advancement, and his insatiable thirst for knowledge. We undoubtedly owe our modern understanding of our own origins and existence to him, and he remains one of the most celebrated scientists ever to have lived. What do you, as one of the greatest and most influential scientists who has ever lived, or should some of the credit for the theories of evolution and natural selection be at least in part shared with largely forgotten figures such as Alfred Wallace? Please let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
history, as Albert Einstein was born on the 14th of March 1879 in the city of Ulm, in the south of what was then the German Empire. Ulm was a major urban centre of the Kingdom of Württemberg, a major constituent part of the German state of the late 19th century. An Ashkenazi Jew from Buchau, Württemberg, Hermann had been academically gifted and showed a strong ability in the field of applied mathematics when studying in Stuttgart, the capital of Württemberg, in his youth. However, the Einstein family were not wealthy, and he was forced to abandon his studies and went to work in the feather bed shop run by his cousins, Moses and Hermann Levy, in Ulm in the 1870s. Albert's mother was Paulina Koch, a member of a family of German Jews who had developed extensive connections as purveyors and merchants in Württemberg. She married Hermann Einstein in 18. Albert was their first child. The daughter, Maya, or Maria Einstein, was born 2 years later, in 1881. Albert's youth was dictated to a considerable extent by his father's business dealings. When he was still an infant, Hermann Einstein, following the business advice of his brother Jakob, decided to move the family to Munich, the largest city in southern Germany, lying some 170 kilometers to the east of Ulm. This occurred in 1880, as Jakob and Hermann sought to establish Einstein & Co. as an electrical engineering company in Munich, just as the great age of electrification was about to begin sweeping the Western world. There, Albert was enrolled in a Catholic elementary school, before being transferred to the Luitpold Gymnasium in Munich in 1887. Albert remained there until 1894, but at that stage, the Einsteins were once again uprooted when Hermann and Jakob failed to secure a contract to begin the electrification of Munich. Instead, they headed for northern Italy, settling first in Milan and then in Pavia. Albert briefly remained in Munich to continue his studies, but after several months became disillusioned with the strict rote learning on offer at the gymnasium, and convinced both his parents and the school authorities to let him leave to join them in Italy. Albert continued his education in Italy from 1894 onwards. He was already showing distinct signs of a precocious ability as a scientist and mathematician, although his father desired for him to take a more keen interest in applied engineering, and so follow him into the family business. In Munich in the summer of 1891, he had taught himself algebra and the advanced geometry of the ancient Greek mathematician Euclid. A family tutor by the name of Max Talmud, who excelled himself in the fields of optometry and ophthalmology, was employed by the Einsteins to teach young Albert advanced mathematics and scientific principles, but he soon found his charge was becoming more knowledgeable than he himself was when it came to subjects such as calculus, algebra, and geometry. Nor was he a prodigy who was solely interested in scientific and mathematical topics. As he entered his teenage years, he was also reading widely of some of the most advanced philosophical writers of the 18th and 19th centuries, notably the German Enlightenment philosopher Immanuel Kant. Kant's Critique of Pure Reason, first published in 1781, and offering one of the most analytical discussions of metaphysics, the study of the nature of reality, is one of the densest philosophical tracts ever written. Yet Albert seemed to understand it clearly at age 14, something which bewildered his tutor. Young Einstein's abilities did not go unnoticed by his teachers, tutor, and parents. Thus, shortly after he arrived in Pavia, and following his 16th birthday, he was sent to take the entrance exams at the Swiss Federal Polytechnic School in the city of Zurich, an advanced school of science, mathematics, and engineering. Although he scored high on the technical exams, Albert was not admitted at this time, in part owing to his youth. The following year, he passed the Swiss Matura, an equivalency exam in the country for those who had not gone through the formal schooling process within Switzerland, but wished to complete the secondary education curriculum there. Earlier that year, he had also renounced his German citizenship to avoid being called up for the required military service expected of all young men in the country. Thus it was that as a stateless individual, he finally entered the Polytechnic School in Zurich in the autumn of 1896, age 17. There he would study physics and mathematics, the two subjects which he had demonstrated
a prodigious ability in since he was a child. He would remain there for 4 years, eventually acquiring a diploma in 1900. Einstein's years in Zurich were those in which his research interests began to emerge in a fully formed state. He was becoming an eclectic scientist, one who might broadly be categorized as a physicist, but whose area of expertise covered a wide range of topics, such as the discovery of an accurate way to measure the dimensions of tiny molecules, a field of endeavor belonging to quantum mechanics. The broad science of describing the physical properties of nature at the atomic and subatomic level. Alternative patterns. As would become clear in the years that followed, Einstein doubted this theory and believed a further layer of complexity existed within the mechanism whereby light traveled. These and other aspects of advanced physics were at the heart of Einstein's research in his mid-20s. They formed the core of his doctoral thesis, which he was studying for part-time throughout the early 1900s, and which he completed in 1905 in Zurich, entitled A New Determination of Molecular Dimensions. His research in the early 1900s was evidently aided by Mileva Maric, a young Serbian mathematician. In Zurich around the same time, but I was one of only 2 female students attending there at the time. She and Einstein were soon involved in a relationship with each other, and assumed that she contributed to his research, though the exact degree to which she did so is unclear. In any event, her own research was interrupted in the summer of 1901 when she fell pregnant. Maric and Einstein were not yet married by then, and this was a time when having a child out of wedlock was still considered a social scandal. Is that Mileva Isel in their correspondent at birth. What happened to her thereafter is unclear. Some sources believe she died from scarlet fever in 1903, but others suggest she was put up for adoption in Serbia. It seems more likely that she died as Maric and Einstein had married in January 1903. They would go on to have 2 further children, a boy, Hans Albert, born in the summer of 1904, and another son, Edward, in 1910. He found it easy to find his diploma in Zurich in 1900. He spent the next year and a half trying in vain to acquire a junior-level lecturing and research position in a Central European university, but to no avail. In the meantime, he acquired Swiss citizenship in 1901, finally acquiring statehood after half a decade of theoretically being without a national affiliation. With Swiss citizenship in hand, a family friend and associate from the Polytechnic in Zurich, Max Grossmann, enlisted the aid of his father to get Einstein a post at the Swiss Patent Office in the capital Bern, patent assistant examiner. What this effectively meant was that Albert was tasked with assessing the merits of various inventions and devices, which were brought before the Patent Office by individuals who wanted to have their intellectual ownership of their invention recognized. To ensure credit for the device was given to them, and they could benefit financially. Einstein worked there for the next several years. Beyond serving to support his young family, his work focused on positive, but this impacted on Einstein's own research. The manner in which Einstein burst forth from almost complete obscurity within the developed world's scientific community to become one of Europe's paramount physicists in the mid-1900s is one of the strangest stories in the history of science. While he was completing his doctoral studies and working in the Patent Office in Bern in the first half of the 1900s, Einstein was working on a series of papers for publication in the pages of Annalen der Physik, one of the world's leading academic journals for the study of physics, which had been published in Germany from 1799 onwards. This
eventually resulted in 4 separate research papers, which were all published in the journal in 1905. Individually, they made major contributions to various fields within the study of physics. Collectively, they have been deemed to represent a revolutionizing of humanity's conception of the molecular dimensions of the natural world and the development of modern physics. 1905 is usually referred to by biographers of Einstein and historians of Western science as the annus mirabilis, or miracle year, of Einstein's career. The first of Einstein's 4 papers of 1905 was entitled On a Holistic Viewpoint Concerning the Production and Transformation of Light, and was published on the 9th of June. This explained what is known as the photoelectric effect for the first time. The photoelectric effect is where electrons are emitted when electromagnetic radiation, such as light, hits off a material or substance. The electrons which are emitted during such a process are called photoelectrons. Up until 1905, when Einstein described this photoelectric effect, the prevailing view amongst physicists was that light traveled much like a wave in the ocean. But Einstein explained that the photoelectric effect meant that light also traveled in what he termed to be a finite number of energy quanta, which moved without dividing, and which could only be absorbed or generated as entities. This not only explained much that was previously unknown about the nature of light and electrons, but had fundamental implications for understanding how light of a certain frequency could bring sufficient energy into play to liberate an electron. This built on work conducted by physicists such as Max Planck in previous years, but Einstein's paper added extensive new details on how energy and light interacted through the photoelectric effect. This had major implications for practical applied physics, and many years later, this discovery would be directly cited when Einstein was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics, although it was not until the mid-1920s that his findings were fully accepted amongst physicists. Just 6 weeks after this first paper appeared, Einstein's second paper of 1905 entitled Motion Suspended in a Stationary Kinetic Theory was published in Der Physik on the 18th of July. But there was no accurate way of measuring the dimensions of molecules. Scientists in the 19th century, such as John Dalton, had noted that tended to combine together or break down in weighted proportions, which suggested that they were all made from an as yet unidentified physical molecule that was common to all things. These unitary molecules are known as atoms today, after a word which had been coined by ancient Greek philosophers of the 6th century BC, who were themselves seeking to understand the nature of existence 2.5 millennia before Einstein's time. Einstein's second 1905 paper showed how these atoms could be measured more comprehensively by using what was termed Brownian motion, whereby particles, in this case pollen, were suspended in a water solution. Einstein's paper, along with a corroborating study produced by the French physicist Jean Perrin in 1908, demonstrated unequivocally that atoms and molecules were real entities, which were the building blocks of existence. Thus, this second paper of 1905 was a major contribution to humanity's acceptance of the existence of atoms and molecules, and the emergence of atomic theory as the basis of much of 20th century physics. Einstein's third paper was published just over 2 months later on the 26th of September 1905. This was entitled On the Electrodynamics of Moving Bodies, and focused on the issue of special relativity. This sought to reconcile an equation which the Scottish mathematician and scientist James Clerk Maxwell had devised in the early 1860s regarding electricity and magnetism. Maxwell's equations led to difficulties in how physicists should understand mechanics which occurred close to the speed of light. In response to this problem, Einstein outlined his special theory of relativity, or special relativity, in his 1905 paper. This stated that the speed of light is the same for all observers regardless of the motion of the light source or
the observer of the light source. This opposed the idea postulated over 2 centuries earlier by Isaac Newton, which held that the speed of light is not fixed. Moreover, Einstein's special theory of relativity correctly assumed that when 2 objects are involved concerning light, there is no true way of knowing which is in motion and which is not. Einstein had come to this realization while traveling in a streetcar in Bern in the early summer of 1905, and looking at the clock tower in the center of the city, he realized that if his car suddenly started traveling at the speed of light, the clock arms on the clock tower would suddenly appear as though they had stopped. But the clock inside the streetcar would continue to move around as though nothing had happened, because both Einstein and the clock in the streetcar were traveling at the same velocity. Therefore, the speed of movement was relative. If the streetcar had suddenly accelerated to the speed of light, it would not mean that the clock tower had stopped, only that it appeared to have done so relative to the speed which the streetcar was now traveling at. This was the special theory of relativity at work. Einstein's fourth and final paper of his Annus Mirabilis, published on the 21st of November, and was entitled, "Does the inertia of a body depend upon its energy?" in which Einstein E equals mc squared. In brief, what this means is that the energy of a body at rest, defined as E, is equal to its mass, or m, multiplied by the speed of light, the c of the equation, squared. This equivalency equation showed that a massive particle possesses an energy, or rest energy, which is distinct from the kinetic energy of a particle. This would come to be known as the mass-energy equivalence, and highlights how the rest energy of a particle, such as the nucleus of an atom, could be so massive as to result in an enormous amount of light and thermal energy being released if the particle was disturbed. As we will see, the practical application was to have the effect of his research. Einstein's 4 papers published during 1905 did not simply constitute breakthroughs in the confined world of academic theory. His research shaped the application of science to the modern world in the decades that followed. For instance, when you walk up to an automatic door today and it opens in front of you, this is because the sensors used in the doorway react when the photons in the light beams they emit. In this case, by a moving person, Einstein first explained how photons work. Solar-powered calculators and street lights that automatically turn on when it gets dark, amongst other innovations, also emerged from his work on light. The special theory of relativity helped lead to the development of global positioning systems, or GPS, over time. Thus, when you switch on Google Maps, it is effectively functioning based partly on research which Einstein published in his Annus Mirabilis papers. Nuclear power plant creates massive amounts of energy by harnessing the atom. They are doing so based on Einstein's discoveries concerning energy and mass equivalence as contained in the equation E equals mc squared. Einstein's groundbreaking research findings, published in 1905, soon came to the attention of the European scientific community, though at a time when people were still reliant on the circulation of hard copies of academic journals and word of mouth for research to be disseminated. It took a few years for the import of his findings to become clear across Europe. They transformed his career. By 1908, he gained a teaching post at the University of Bern and was able to leave his position at the patent office. The following year, he was appointed to a new chair of theoretical physics, which had been created at the University of Zurich. He remained there for the next 2 years. During this time, he continued to refine some of the points he had made in his 1905 papers, while also moving on to begin developing the theory of relativity as an offshoot of his work relativity. The theory of
general relativity holds additional attraction between two masses results from the warping of space-time by those two masses. This research made major initial contributions to the science of black holes and other mass objects within the universe. In 1911, Einstein left Switzerland after over 15 years there to take up a new position which had been offered to him at the Charles Ferdinand University in Prague, the oldest university in what is now Czechia, but which was then a constituent part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. In tandem, he was offered Austrian citizenship. Although he spent just over a year there, he published upwards of a dozen papers on topics such as the mathematics of radiation, quantum theory, and gravitation. Before long, a new offer pulled him back to Switzerland. This was an invitation to teach at his old alma mater, the Polytechnic School in Zurich. He was there by the summer of 1912 and would spend the next year lecturing to classes who were increasingly familiar with the growing fame of the German physicist, while also researching problems on gravitation and molecular heat. Much of this latter work was undertaken in conjunction with Marcel Grossmann, the Swiss colleague who had attended the Polytechnic with Einstein in the late 1890s and whose family had aided him in acquiring his early position at the Bern Patent Office. In the spring of 1913, less than a year after taking up his position in Zurich, Einstein was visited in Switzerland by Max Planck and Walter Nernst, two of the foremost scientists of the age. Both worked in Berlin and had come to Zurich to convince Einstein to return to the land of his birth to take up a position at the University of Berlin. The post came with automatic membership of the Prussian Academy of Sciences, as well as his appointment as director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Physics. This would allow Einstein to concentrate on his research and build a team of researchers around him. It was an offer he couldn't refuse, and was made more attractive by the prospect of meeting his cousin Elsa, who lived in Germany, and whom Einstein had begun corresponding with frequently since the spring of 1912. Thus, early in 1914, Albert made the move to the German capital. His first wife, Mileva, agreed to move at first with their two sons, but she was immediately unhappy in Berlin and sensed Albert was growing closer to his cousin, and soon decided to return to Zurich with their children. They remained separated until 1919, when they finally divorced, at which time Einstein married Elsa. By then, both she and Albert were in their 40s, and this second marriage of Einstein's did not result in any further children, though Albert became stepfather to Elsa's two daughters from her previous marriage. Einstein's arrival in Berlin was immediately interrupted by the outbreak of the First World War. For years, tensions had been building between the major European powers over issues as disparate as colonial rivalry in Africa, the vacuum left by the collapse of Ottoman power in the Balkans, and the Britain and Germany. These all coalesced in the summer of 1914 into the outbreak of a pan-European war, which soon became a worldwide conflict. When it erupted, and Germany's invasion of neutral Belgium as a means of striking quickly at northeastern France drew widespread international condemnation, a document entitled Manifesto of the 93 and addressed to the civilized world was soon being circulated in Germany. The move was led by figures like Adolf von Baeyer, the 1905 recipient of the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and Paul Ehrlich, the 1908 recipient of the Nobel Prize in Medicine for his pioneering work in chemotherapy, and was effectively a letter from dozens of prominent German academics sounding their support for Germany's war effort. Einstein refused to sign, and instead, with several other German academics, drew up the Manifesto to the Europeans. This expressed the idea that Europe's sense of common culture could be harnessed to bring the war to a swift end. Unfortunately, their hopes were not met, and the war was to drag on for 4 years of interminable conflict, followed by years more of revolution and civil war across much of the continent. Despite the ongoing war, Einstein was able to commence new research in a concerted manner in Berlin from 1915 onwards as the initial shock of the outbreak of the war lessened.
However, it was not until 1917 that the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute was finally established in Berlin, with Einstein as its first director. Funding and administrative delays brought by the war effort had delayed its inception. He would serve as head of the institute for the next 16 years. Meanwhile, in 1916, he was admitted as a member of the German Physical Society, which had been established in 1845 and is the world's oldest major academic body of physicists. Foreign honors would also follow in the years ahead, including membership of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences in 1920 and admittance as a foreign member in 1921 to the Royal Society, arguably the world's prestigious scientific society, wished it when it was founded in London. Such honors aside, Einstein continued to break new ground in his research in the mid-1910s. For instance, in 1916, he hypothesized the existence of gravitational waves, which are effectively ripples in the curvature of space-time. These could not be detected using the instrumentation available in the early 20th century. But in 2016, a century after Einstein predicted they were finally confirmed in scientists, also beginning to theorize the existence of what were black holes, points where gravity is so small that neither light nor particles effectively escape from them, and which distort space and time. As with so much else, his work on black holes was pioneering and paved the way for many of his successors to produce detailed accounts of the building blocks of the universe later in the 20th century. He could, however, be missed. In 1917, he began working on what he termed the cosmological constant, a theory which supposed the existence of a static universe. Einstein realized his earlier theory of it was incorrect and referred to it as Hilda throughout his career. His other great research project of the war years, though, was far from a blunder. Einstein had been working on the concept of relativity for over a decade, and special relativity was the subject of one of his acclaimed papers of 1905. 1910s that he began finalizing his research on the subject of general relativity. The general theory of relativity outlined the geometric theory of gravitation. This moved far beyond Newtonian ideas concerning gravity to explain gravitational pull and the full complexity of geometric gravity as it applies to the universe. Not just individual planets. As to who actually arrived at the general of nearly identical conclusions as Einstein did in the mid-1910s. As with Charles Darwin and Alfred Russell, both brought in the mid-18th century, both Einstein and Hilbert were in communication with each other, and Einstein had visited the University of Göttingen, where Hilbert was working in 1915 to present lectures on his own findings. What seems relatively clear is that Einstein and Hilbert influenced each other sufficiently that they both arrived at the same conclusions within days of each other in the winter of 1915. In late 1918, Europe and the wider world began to emerge from the grip of the First World War, although in some countries such as Russia, Hungary, Turkey, and Ireland, the end of the war saw the commencement of bitter civil wars, which eclipsed anything that those countries had seen during the war itself. Yet, with the resumption of some form of normal life, academic discourse resumed and research began to be disseminated widely again. Relativity reached a wider audience within the community of Europe and America's physicists. As it did, there was an increasing appreciation of how groundbreaking their studies were. Then, in the summer of 1919, the theory was confirmed as being accurate by Sir Arthur Eddington, an English astronomer and mathematician during a solar eclipse. This time, the popular newspapers picked up the story, proclaiming that Einstein's theory had overthrown the model of the universe developed by Isaac Newton nearly 250 years earlier. Given all of this, it is perhaps unsurprising that in 1921, the Nobel Foundation in Stockholm decided to award Einstein the Nobel Prize for Physics. They specifically cited his work in discovering the photoelectric effect in his paper from 1905 in the award designation. But it could just as easily have been awarded for a wide range of research findings over the previous 15 or so years. Receipt of the Nobel Prize in 1921 and Elsa, whom he had just recently married, decided they sailed into New Johns's Highland, and a delegation of some of the most senior members of the city's Jewish community. Weeks of lectures and receptions followed, notably at Columbia University in New York and Princeton University in New Jersey. Later that month, Einstein and Rosen produced a model of what a wormhole might look like. Wormholes are theoretical structures which might connect disparate points in space-time together. At the time that Einstein and Rosen produced their theoretical wormhole bridge, they were a relatively novel concept, but they have latterly come to form a fundamental aspect of theoretical space travel. While Einstein was teaching in the United States in the 1930s, developments were occurring back in his homeland, Germany, which soon had global implications. Following their initial rise to power in 1933, the Nazis had made clear their intent to overturn the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, the First World War, to an end. In the mid-1930s, they began rearming Germany, recruiting hundreds of thousands of soldiers into the military and dozens of tanks. Beginning in the spring of 1938, the Nazis used diplomatic coercion to annex Austria into a Greater Germany, and such as Czechoslovakia and Lithuania. When Hitler then invaded Poland in September 1939, Britain and France determined that they could no longer appease the Nazis and declared war on Germany. In the immediate term, the government of President Franklin Delano Roosevelt did not have public support for American involvement in what was deemed within the US to be a European war, which it should not have attacked the US Pacific Fleet at rest in Pearl Harbor in Hawaii in December 1941. The United States also entered the Second World War. More than any war in human history, it was one which would be shaped by scientific innovation. Despite his pacifism, Einstein was soon involved in correspondence with the US government concerning the growing conflict. Indeed, this had commenced weeks bore the war in Europe. Early in 1939, European physicists had discovered nuclear fission using uranium. With this discovery, the theoretical possibility of developing a nuclear bomb of some kind moved ever closer. A number of European physicists, foremost amongst which was the Hungarian Leo Szilard, realized exactly how possible it now was that a dedicated research team could develop a nuclear warhead. This deeply worried many European scientists, as many of the continent's leading physicists worked in Germany and could be co-opted into helping the Nazis develop a nuclear weapon, one which Hitler and his accomplices would have options about using as a weapon of war. The loss of human life. Consequent risks of the Nazis developing a nuclear weapon before any other state. They sent this to America, where Einstein appended his signature to it before it was sent to the administration of President Roosevelt. What has become known as the letter was influential months that followed science program to develop nuclear weapon was initiated At that time, hundreds of thousands of Jews were already living in or migrating to the region, with 2,000 years of being disagreed to be listed amongst the first board of governors of the thousands of Europe's Jews who had survived the Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazis during the Second World War. British mandate there expired in March 1948. The Jewish people declared a new state of Israel for Jewish people in 1956. Einstein had died in the World War. He had begun to suffer from an abdominal aortic aneurysm of the abdominal aorta, the largest artery in the abdomen, blocked. Much like any other part of the circulating to high blood pressure, Einstein had the issue operated on successfully in 1948 by it was subsequently dissected and the remains of Washington, D.C. while some sections in the 1890s, he was effectively an international, and with their awareness of their summer school provided some stability. The existence of photons and the nuclear and atomic building. the 1920s onwards is the public profile he developed. Visits to the United States, South America, across Europe and the Middle East, allowed him to advocate. Indeed, he seized power. There, he continued to reveal.
Incredible stuff as of late. Every tour poster, every Epinon, he's drawn. Shirts, really cool stuff. Book online. Older, sitting in membership. I can see my doctor's diagnosed. Sent to my local pharmacy. All within minutes. I can send plus majors, and it's
Just visit Plush Care doctors are in treatment options. It's really hard to get a doctor. Sometimes you have to wait almost nights to fill out the Plush Care app, and it was really easy to sign up. It was really easy to schedule an appointment. With the doctor that I was given.
all Plush Care doctors one of the top 50 medical schools in the U.S. and are highly rated by their patients. That gives me the highest quality health care. Plus Care makes it easy for me to get the excellent care I need when I need it. They can do the same. Start your membership today. Go to plus.com. Tony. Start your free 30-day trial. That's PLUSARE. /Tony for a free line, make it Very good, Ethan. Amount of engine
kissing people.
Yeah, who have you kissed lately?
David,
William.
look at him. Look at his fingers by his. What's up? I'm gonna be kissing him tonight.
No, don't walk that way. Well, William, what's been going on with the girl that hits you?
Last night, honestly, last night she called me her brother, and I started. My older sister. Yeah, what's that noise? Was that supposed to help, Red Man? Cool. That was fun. Jamar, would you agree that's funny? He did that bucking noise. No, like sometimes it's annoying.
I think it's
Is that that came from? Is that what you're gonna say?
It's so bizarre.
Yeah. So, you're wearing a jean. I am Eastgate shopping mall in Memphis.
I love that. I love that you're wearing it. So it's I have people wearing pumpkin pie this time of the year.
Pumpkin pie. What did you call it? Peanut butter color? It's more of a. What do your look like? One broke, and it still looks better than those. Well, or you girlfriend when she was sucking your dick. All right. Her knees look good.
We're not going to go down this.
Keep going.
Your girlfriend looks so
Because she's crying all the time. What happened there?
William up.
Why do you do that to me? Oh, but this way, you like us?
All right, and we would
I love you, William. Sometimes.
hold an name. Yeah, exactly. It's a love. He actually put me on the phone for about 30 minutes. You're wondering how many people call me out of the blue. I believe it was about 11:30 at night.
Why would you answer that?
I don't know. Sometimes I get a call from someone like that. Since they're going to kill. No. I also did wild. He's see with William Oliver does candidate conversations, explain the rules of the comedy store that he's been. The other times he's cracking me up and standing being on the phone, especially at 11:30 at night. If I call at all or jail bail again, if he can open for me on the road. The bread and butter of this conversation. exactly what I felt like. Oh, hell no! You called me one time at 11:30 at night, William. If you, yeah. But, you want to do my apartment show? Alright, there you go. Got it. You're booked. There you go. That's enough. Came out of the bike before it makes a noise for everybody. So I was at the grocery store earlier today and I was buying condoms. And I noticed that there were some sheepskin condoms. I'm thinking, the guy who invented sheepskin condoms might have been a pervert. Like, what was that business being like? Oh, latex is not going well. People are complaining. It doesn't feel good. Does anyone have any ideas? Well, skin feels pretty fucking good. Hey, Bill, I gotta ask, how the fuck do you know that? I've learned that whites put more effort to contacting aliens than learning Spanish. You know, white dudes speak Klingon. That's a made-up language to speak to only other white dudes. White people suck because they get more mad when you misgender their dog than a trans person. He's a good boy. Apologize to Cooper. Every little thing is gonna be alright. From a small town in Iowa. How hard? Right, I don't know. Because, at La Cienega, is that street change now? Is it kind of down there? Comedy Store Legend, I just want to wave to her. Good to see you on an episode of Kill Tony here. Marcus is a legend. Record holder. Appearances all time on the Tonight Show as a a great uncle. And where Steve Martin's jacket. That is awesome. Rockstar. No. Thank you so much, Argus. I love it. We're doing it. Hey, whatever it takes for us. Crazy, right? I know. That's why I've just been blowing. Thank you. Follow up on social media. Some say it's actually black, and that's just a bunch of cocaine. Red band. This is going. What is his name? Peter's that. Peter's that. Peter. Oh. Well, would you prefer into contacting as the learning span that you do these things in it? So like that too. That's I am a white person. Do you put more effort? No, I'm being aliens actually, and I don't. And observe of my fellow whites. Oh, so you're just critiquing what very few white people do, and whites that are obsessed with aliens. Tony, I thought you'd be a real. If you're going to turn your head in my direction and burn, like there's all of that way, and man, really just like burping. I didn't know about yet. Like you're at home. I think it's a difference to Los Angeles, so there are white people who speak Spanish. Iowa, where there's two dudes and not well.
You should a silver jacket.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's so funny you mentioned. I thought those were going to be the next words out of my mouth. I pictured a silver jacket and you just fucking lost.
No, but
Us, corn. It's
we said Black Lives Matter 2 seconds ago. Only white people allowed?
Tell us about this fuck. It's on Airbnb. If you guys want the link to it later, it's I believe $130 a night. It's one of the better jacks in Victorville, which is close to Big Bear. I actually heard this from somebody that we know pretty well that they go to. I want to hear more about it. Let's hear more about this. Keep going. Tell us forward. Have you done this before?
It's been a year now.
It's been a year since you've done a Airbnb Fuck Shack?
No, I used to have regular sex, but now it's kind of one of those things where, like, I tested yesterday, and a girl to fuck me. Like, it's a different time.
So you to convince a girl who's going to be at the Fuck Shack
To go to the fuck where we have to the fuck shack.
Fuck Shack, baby.
Are there going to be, so you took the girl to go with you to the fuck shack, or they're up at this fuck shack?
You seem like you would have, like you would cure STDs if you fucked somebody.
I didn't have to get tested for STDs, no.
Oh. What'd you have to
For Corona and COVID, yeah.
That's so dumb. You could totally catch Corona before.
I agree, but you can also post STDs. So you have to bring a girl to this fuck shack in order to come massage. I've ever been with is the one who like freaked out the most to find out they have a belly button. Right? Like black chicks aren't ever with that.
Wait a second. You have a belly button ring?
I had it pierced around like 7. Do you have a tribal to round? Not be gay. The sun.
So is it still pierced?
It's actually harder to take out than you named it too. You got that? See there right now? You see this shit? You're trying to be at the fuck shack. You're trying to get me in the trap.
I see a belly button.
Dumb belly button ring.
Oh wow, he's starting on
This is a bike.
I'll do this shit. Oh, here we go. Oh my god.
This nigga got a. This nigga looks like Shakira. Shakira in the house.
Oh my god. Just leave it on. This is incredible.
And they got hair tangled in.
My god. You're so hairy, and that is like a two. For those of you just listening, it's like a gem at the bottom. It's unfucking
What a fucking noise. Cause I'm fucking but dangling because of my future. So dangling when I'm going down on that girl. I'm going down on it. Thank you. Thank you. That shit will stink. Yeah. Looks like there's a tree power in the middle of God. Does that still have the price tag on it for Forever 21?
It is so bizarre. Do you do that to be funny? Like, why do you still have that? Why do you do that? Why? Is it to be funny?
You type balloons to it? Or not for material?
Yeah, you only do. You feel good in any way?
That's what? Like,
You
no,
should
but
be.
that's the best part. It's like,
Does your father know? Are you called the school football coach?
giving me a conversation multiple where it's okay to be gay, even though
So, what does he do?
my dad is a,
What, is he really?
yeah, he's a, what was I'd have a nicer one.
How many different belly buttons?
7 or 8.
7 or 8. Oh my god, you're like a video game character.
It's one. No, my in there.
He says it. How long have you had this for?
9 years.
9
years. That shit got us.
I'm calling the police.
Dude, don't even.
I'm about to
You want to Jack, or are you gonna wear it? No, she's one of the specific girls who does not like the day.
And you moved from Iowa. Has your father ever seen your
He saw it the first day. Yeah.
What did he say?
He said, "Do not get another piercing."
Well, where else did you even get pierced that would be that
Nipples. I was done. It was a one and done. I'm not gonna ask.
So the only piercing in your life was your belly button. What made you do that?
I think it's funny. I was doing interviews. It comes up more often.
Hey man, let me ask you this: what else have you done like that? That's funny. Like, what else have you done?
In high school, if people cheer my name, I would eat bugs.
What kind of bugs would you eat?
The most famous, like notorious Brandon bug eating situation in front of like the whole. Someone had caught a giant praying mantis, and they all cheered my name. I ate the whole thing. The Lawrence bug. Like the I hate playing mantises.
So this fuck shack, there's going to be one girl there that you really want. How long have you been communicating with this girl that you're looking forward to having sex with this weekend?
She's my ex. So like,
You guys date for? How long have you been broken up for? And how long have you been communicating about going to the fuck shack?
3 weeks, because we've
So
done
it's
it
been
3 weeks.
I just asked you how long it's been since you had sex? You said a year ago.
It had
Been a year since that 3 weeks, and then I convinced a girl to go fuck shit. Where did you fuck her 3 weeks ago?
at my buddy's
Where in your buddy's house?
on their bed.
He said I could stay and you guys had sex where the dog where the dogs there? Two feet. Were they branded on the outside? Okay. I would say figure out. So, how many people do you think are gonna?
I think it's pronounced Shake Shack. Look at that.
It's me. So it's just 2 people. So I'm gonna fuck in it. And like that's the plan. Are there other people that are going to be there? No. Oh, they got Airbnb. Your belly button here, sack the fuck, shut up!
Albert Einstein, born on the 14th of March 1879 in the city of Ulm, in the south of what was then the German Empire. Ulm was a major urban centenberg, a major
It is the summer of 213. Roman ship, city-state of Syracuse, that has allied itself with it. One of the Roman ships catches fire, bursting into flames, they are too far away from the enemy. Fighters are using rays in a magnified shot as secret weapons wreak havoc on the invaders. His name, Archimedes. The man known to history as Archimedes.
The man known in history as the pimp of all time is Stan. Look at this, folks. Look at this. Racism. If this bitch says 12, are you fucking serious? Donkey. You actually like playing video games and then
about his life.
watching them.
Brief accounts of his life are found in the writings of Greek and Roman authors from centuries after his, and these have been embellished over the century. For instance, these must on early in the 3rd century BC, in the year 7 BC, is based on a clay century history. Half after Archimedes' times, he does cite Diodorus Siculus, a Greek historian from Sicily, writing in the 1st century BC. For these details of the scientist's life. Furthermore, according to Greek mathematician Euclid, the turn of the 6th Theophilus was written by a friend named Heraclitus. While this century since, and parts of Diodorus's history survived in fragmented form, we can assume that writers and Eutychius are writing many centuries after Archimedes substantial source material from which they drew that had in which mathematicians tales of. In one of his treatises, the Sand Reckoner, Archimedes states that his father was an astronomer named Phidias, who calculated the difference in size between the sun and the moon, based on the fact that Phidias was also the name of the most famous sculptor in ancient Greece, who decorated the Parthenon and made the monumental statue of Athena Parthenos that stood temple on the Athenians. A specialist in ancient mathematics suggests that the science Nets as the mind of the principle, or the Greek philosopher Plato, rational mathematicals, perhaps Phidias, and gave his son this name to reflect his belief in a rational. From this, nothing is known about Archimedes' family and early life. His mother's name is unknown. There is no indication he had any siblings. Ancient up his later life during the Second Punic War. This includes the life of Marcellus, written by biographer and the 2nd century BC Greek Polybius, who provided the universe history of the world and the rise of the Roman Republic, down to his own, to the history of his 3rd century BC. The city was 130s BC by Greek colonists, and one of the greatest, with Gulf of Corinth and the Isthmus of Corinth, the latter being the narrow neck of land that connects Peloponnese and southern Greece to the rest of Syracuse lies on the southeastern tip of Sicily. The settlement had deep harbours to have retained some links to Corinth and colonies. By the end of the 5th century BC, the city and its hinterland had a population of around 250,000, Athens in size and wealth. In 415 BC, during the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta, for hegemony over the Greek world, Athens invaded as the rich Athenian expedition force was destroyed. A pivotal episode in the Peloponnesian. As such, while Syracuse was considerably to the west of Greece, it was a key player in the wider politics of the Greek world. Moreover, Sicily and southern had developed to part of the intellectual world of the Greeks, who was him in his middle years, but by factor and lived by intellect. Geopolitical developments in Sicily and the wider Western Mediterranean in the 4th and 3rd centuries BC would also be central to Archimedes' life story. By the time of his birth century, in the middle of North Carthage to the Salome, what is now that back in the 9th century BC. It subsequently emerged as one of the king and naval powers of the Western Mediterranean, securing control parts of North Africa and the Balearic Islands in the 6th, 5th. It also set its sights of the island. was emerging as backwater state centuries, and Carthage. But the Romans were becoming an extremely aggressive military people, and in the century prior to Archimedes' birth, had won a series of wars with neighbors, bringing a wide range of Etruria under their control before turning their eyes southwards to the Greek city-states of southern Italy. Syracuse's story in the 3rd century BC would be one of the between Rome and Carthage epic subterranean combat 07, probably around 9 or 10 years. A Carthaginian army laid siege to Syracuse in the North African states, latest to take over the entirety of. In response, the city authorities requested assistance from King Epirus, in what is now southeastern Albania and Greece. Epirus had Romans in Italy since 280 BC. After the Greek colonies of the south and the increasingly aggressive Romans. 2 years after the Pyrrhic War had started in southern Italy, the Cyrus sent messages to Pyrrhic requesting him to aid. He proclaimed as tyrant to defeat 7 could be now confined to the port of Lilium, now known as Marsala, on the western tip of Sicily. Commander named Hiero took control of Syracuse. According to Polybios, Hiero noticed mutinous elements among mercenaries who served in the Syracuse by leading a campaign against the Martinez, a people from southern Italy who settled in the Sena in the northeast of Sicily. Hiero took prisoners at the front of the army and allowed them to be killed by the enemy before withdrawing the rest safely. Ploy secured. It encouraged the Syracuse. Hiero to the Ribbies returned to Syracuse. King Anus would have a greater importance still in years to come, as they would in turn launch their own military campaign to the island, and this outbreak of the First Punic War in 264 BC. Carthage. being a Roman term for the Carthaginians. But Sicily is central to the first 2 BC. And the 2nd century was Hiero's kinsman, without specifying the degree of their familial relationship. Known about Archimedes' childhood, a passage in Diodorus indicates that his time studying then ruled the Greek Ptolemaic, founded by Alexander the Great's general Ptolemy I, following Alexander's day 2-3 BC, was in Egypt. The king would have been Ptolemy II, who succeeded his father around 283 BC to Ptolemy's 3th century, developing just at the famous life of Alexander. Archimedes is likely to have become acquainted with students of Euclid, the father of geometry, in Alexandria around 300 BC, but was Archimedes was there. Archimedes corresponded with several Greek astronomical disciplines, and always the Earth 240 and 52,000 stadia, or approximately 40,000 kilometers, is within a margin of error of less than 2.5. Diodorus claimed Archimedes invented a device for drawing water out of rivers and other bodies of water. Now, commonly known as the Archimedes screw. The device consists of which, when inserted into a tube, allows the user to lift her by turning a handle. To remove this weight might of the device continue irrigation purposes. While Diodorus credits Archimedes before his and Greek geographer Strabo, writing in the late 1st century BC, to a screw being used for to irrigate the hanging gardens. Babylon, many centuries before Archimedes, such as the water screw, Plutarch was primal to ignoble and vulgar. Compare mathematics, concerned with the necessities of life. Plutarch's account includes anecdotes of Archimedes being so devoted to his mathematics to clean himself. Even in the baths, he would draw diagrams with his finger while his body was covered in anointing oil. While Archimedes with King Hiero and his son Gelo II, there's little evidence for him being involved in or affected by Syracuse, and less that the war century Dutch of the fighting sent by both Rome and Carthage, mainland Italy, Sardinia, Corsica, and North Africa. A siege to Syracuse in 263 BC. At that juncture, chose to make peace with the Romans and agreed to provide military support to them, a decision which made that main rival on Sicily fought to the main Carthaginian base on the island. Despite heavy losses, they eventually defeat Carthaginians in battle, leading them to capture Akragas and occupy Mosul.
I'll give you an Archimedes screw, girl.
whose cousin, John the Great, served as patriarch of Constantinople. 19th century Dane and philologist and Ludwig Heiberg called this codex Heiberg theorized that a number of to read all of the text, Heiberg was able to incorporate method into a Archimedes. All of Archimedes' own work into English in 87, translated the method in 19 from Heiberg's text. In the 19s, when the oddities between Turkey and Greece were of the 20th century languishing in a Parisian basement until 1998, when it was sold to an anonymous American that when Heiberg saw the new technical scholars cannot decipher. Thus, the copies of our treatises have had a very colourful history. In order to survive down to the present day, work retrieving his texts, it is possible from the available develop a clear commissioned an artisan to make what is usually the craftsman who dues it beauty. Giving room, the artisan had deferred the king, but he decided to investigate and asked Archimedes to its purity without Archimedes until read to the bath. As he lowered himself into the bathtub, Archimedes noticed to put his clothes of identical mass to the king's wreath and by. As good is much denser than silk and volume to allow the same mass and displaced a small amount of water. the reef was greater than that would have been a pleasant one. Vitruvius commissioned the anticipated kings that would have been made in the first half of the 206 BC, shortly after Hiero's victory at Longarnus. If when the Archimedes who ran out of the bath, naked, shouting Eureka, was not a old man, as is often suggested in accounts of this episode, but many historians and mathematics cast arguing that the displacement of water would have been far too trivial an observation for a sophisticated mathematician. around 245 BC, when he discovered a constellation and named it Coma Berenices, or Berenice's hair, after the wife of King Ptolemy III of Egypt. Although none of Archimedes' correspondence with Conon survives, he had written to him about mathematics and intended to do so again. Upon learning of Conon's death, Archimedes decided to send it to Dositheus, who had known Conon in Alexandria. In his letter, Archimedes referred to previous attempts by other mathematicians to square the circle. In other words, to determine how to take a circle and create a square or rectangle out of the second, out how to measure the area of any shape by straight lines, no matter proofs. Archimedes not convinced by them. In Quadrature of the Parabola, Archimedes sought to measure the area of a related shape, a parabola, which is made from cutting a cone parallel to one side. Through a process of logical reasoning and proof by contradiction, Archimedes proved that the area of a parabola is 4/3 that of a triangle. Archimedes tells, quote, by means of mechanics, before arriving at a geometric proof. Another of his treatises, The Method of Mechanics, is the only one of his surviving works to demonstrate this mechanical method. The introductory letter is addressed to Eratosthenes of Cyme. Archimedes, quote, a man of
What up, boy,
considerable
GT? Hope you're having a good.
of mathematical linguistics. Archimedes begins the letter by referring to a previous letter he sent to Eratosthenes, in which he challenged with proofs of some of his new theorems. Archimedes presented his proofs, but also he described as his mechanic, which he believed could be used to solve a set of similar problems. Archimedes begins by giving an alternative proof of his discovery in Quadrature of the Parabola by considering shapes as physical objects on a balance supported by a fulcrum with their sizes representing different weights. After this, Archimedes moved on to proofs involving more complex shapes. From these findings, mathematicians have concluded that Archimedes was close to making the discoveries about gravity and mechanics that Galileo and Newton would make 2,000 years later. In the second part of On the Equilibrium of Planes, which is believed to have been written after Quadrature of the Parabola, Archimedes investigates the center of gravity for a parabola and determines that it lies on its axis 2/5 of the way up from the base to its vertex. Archimedes' work with curves brought him into contact with the concept of infinity, which most ancient Greek were keen to avoid engaging with. How did a person measure infinity? It seemed like such a tricky issue that few wanted to contemplate it. Archimedes developed his own approach to doing so. A circle, or any curved shape, has an infinite number of sides, which is why it is impossible to precisely transform a circle into a shape with straight sides. However, in his treatise entitled Measurement of a Circle, which only survives in fragmentary form in the various codices, Archimedes approximated the area of a circle by constructing polygons with an increasing number of sizes to fill the circle. He eventually arrives at a 96-sided polygon and calculates the ratio of the circumference of a circle to its diameter is between 223 to 71 and 22 to 7. The more form, Archimedes' estimate of this ratio, represented by the Greek letter pi, was between 3.14084 and 3.14286. If he had increased the number of sides of his theoretical polygon towards infinity, he would have arrived at a more precise approximation of pi, now known to be 3.14159. This approach is known as the method of exhaustion and was used by Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz and Isaac Newton in the 17th century to develop modern calculus, the branch of mathematics that studies continuous change. It also points towards the intellectual milieu Archimedes was living within in southern Italy and Sicily. It was Pythagoras who, as we have seen, developed his own school in southern Italy, who had developed a theorem nearly 3 centuries earlier, which allowed for the development doing pi enabled Archimedes to calculate the area of the circle, which is calculated by multiplying pi and the square of the radius. But Archimedes believed that his greatest achievement was his treatise on the sphere and the cylinder, which again was addressed to Dositheus, who seemingly became one of his principal correspondents after the death of Conon of Samos. In his treatise, Archimedes that he has proven that the surface area of a sphere is 4 times that of its greatest circle, and that the volume of a sphere is 2/3 that of a cylinder which encompasses it. Archimedes could use this to calculate the volume of a sphere, which is equal to 4 times pi multiplied by the radius of its greatest circle cubed. In the introductory letter, Archimedes once again expressed his regret that Conon was no longer alive, as, quote, he would best and pronounce upon them the appropriate verdict. Nevertheless, he hoped that Dositheus would be able to help him disseminate his results among the mathematical community in Alexandria. Dositheus subsequently asked Archimedes for the answers to a set of mathematical problems that he had previously sent to them. Archimedes responded by informing his correspondent any of the problems could be solved using the findings in the previous treatise, but set out the solutions as requested in what is now categorized as part 2 of the sphere and the cylinder. At the end of the introductory letter, Archimedes promised to send Dositheus solutions to problems involving spirals and conoids, which involved a different approach. In a lengthy letter to Dositheus, prefacing his treatise on spirals, Archimedes apologizes for taking so long to send the proofs that had been requested, citing his, quote, desire to communicate them first to persons engaged in mathematical studies and anxious to investigate. This suggests that Dositheus was not a mathematician himself, or at least had stopped studying mathematics to such an extent that Archimedes believed he would not be abreast of the latest research. Archimedes also reveals that 2 of the 9 propositions that he set out in the second part of On the Sphere and the Cylinder were intentionally wrong, and goes on to prove why. By the time Archimedes delivered On Spirals to Dositheus, many years had elapsed since Conan's death. Had Conan lived, Archimedes believed that, quote, he would have discovered and made manifest all these things, and would have enriched geometry by many other discoveries besides. All of this suggests that Conon of Samos was a much more substantial mathematician than the sophists to reconstruct that Archimedes' own discoveries were forged out of their close intellectual partnership. In Conan, nobody else had solved Archimedes' problems, and he decided it was time to publish the proofs and see formed admirably in that Archimedes' treatises were known in Alexandria and ensured their survival for posterity. Thus, Dositheus should primarily be viewed as someone who helped disseminate